And I'm really looking forward to tonight. I'm genuinely looking forward to this card. I think that it looks a really solid offering. I think it looks a really good show. And before we jump into the chat, what we can do is just run through that card, bring everyone up to speed so that everyone knows what it is that we are going to be watching tonight. So there is actually a kickoff show, which I believe is in about 58 minutes. So there is a kickoff show and there is a match on that kickoff show. We haven't been getting matches on kickoff shows, and I think it's a real shame because I think there is a place for a match. I don't think we need loads. I think AEW can kind of overdo it with the buy-in and just do nothing but matches. But equally, I think WWE can kind of overdo it by having no matches. So I think there is a middle sweet spot. And I think that's what we're getting tonight. We're getting the sweet spot. And that's where we're getting a match. It's going to be fun as well. It's an 8-person mixed tag match. Not the kind of thing that I get too crazy for. But I do like Metaphor. I do like them as a group. I do like Noam Dar, Oro Mensah, Jakara Jackson, Lash Legends. All of those are going to be in action, taking on Dragon Lee, Nathan Frazier, Ulisa, and Valentina. So I've got a passing interest in that. I like Metaphor. I do think there's going to be a lot of flips and flops and all that kind of stuff. Not the kind of style of wrestling that I'm particularly enamored with, but it's a kickoff show match, you know? It's a kickoff show match. Should be something in it. Something in it for everyone. So, yeah, looking forward to that. But look, we'll get into the serious stuff, the main card. And we've got Dirty Dominik Mysterio taking on Wesley, taking on Mustafa Ali for the NXT North American Championship. I expect Dominik to lose the title. I'm guessing to Mustafa Ali. That would be my prediction, that he loses to Mustafa Ali. I don't know why we would put it back onto Wesley now. I don't think Dominik's going to carry it because I don't think Dominik's going to want to keep doing Raw and NXT. That's quite a big commitment. It feels like we've put the title on him just so we can have him on this show. So, yeah, I'm expecting him to lose it. I think he loses it to Mustafa Ali. I don't know why we would go back to Wesley. Wesley was fine, but we know what a Wesley title reign looks like. Like, let's try something different, do something new. So, Mustafa Ali is my pick there. Tiffany Stratton against Thea Hale. A little torn on this. It's for the women's title. And there is a theory that Jim has come up with, Jim Gore, which I really like. I think it's a great theory. And it's that Paige is the youngest NXT champion. And they might not want Paige to be the youngest NXT champ anymore. So this would be an opportunity of putting the belt on Thea Hale, which would make Thea Hale the youngest NXT champ. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm thinking Tiffany might be my pick. I'm thinking they've just built up Thea just so that Tiffany has got someone to beat at this show, because we don't want to get into like the big juicy feuds just yet for Tiffany. We just want to give her someone, you know, hasn't really got going yet. But I do like that theory. So I'm definitely looking at that thinking there is a chance, but I'm going to go with Tiffany on it. Then we've got Gallus against the family. I don't think Gallus are doing anything, man. Gallus just feels so flat to me. I don't know. They're kind of like the boring brutes. That's what their new nickname should be. The boring brute. You've got the brawling brutes and you've got the boring brutes. And I think that Gallus are basically the boring brutes. They don't do anything. They're just boring. They're just in a pub drinking and they like to fight. And, you know, at least the brawling brutes have got something about them. Whereas the boring brutes, I'm not feeling it. So, yeah, they're going up against the family. Let's go with Tony. Let's try Tony, shall we? Let's try Tony. So we'll go with Tony D'Angelo and Stax. I knew the name would come to me eventually. as the new champs, and then we'll see if we can, like, I don't know, jazz up the boring brutes a little bit. Next, we got Gable Steveson against Baron Corbin. I can't imagine we'll have Gable Steveson lose his first match. It's going to be big, actually, seeing Gable Steveson in action. That's going to be quite exciting. So we'll go Gable Steveson there. Roxanne, although we have been doing like Baron Corbin trying to find himself, but saying that if he takes a loss here, he'll have to look a little deeper, won't he? You know, doesn't mean that he's found the answer yet. We haven't seen that moment where he goes, that's it. We haven't seen that yet. So at the moment, I'm thinking he's still lost. So if he does lose, that's fine. It can still work with the story. And then hopefully he finds himself and goes on a winning streak. Then we've got Roxanne Perez against Blair Davenport, Weapons Wild match. I personally think Blair should win this just because I know Roxanne is a prodigy, she's the future, all this kind of stuff, but she's small, right? She's small, and she's always so nice and polite and everything. I know they're trying to convince us that she's got a mean streak and a moodier side, and we saw that supermarket brawl, which I really liked. But listen, who am I going to pick in a Weapons Wild match? Right, where you can grab a weapon, use it. Am I going to pick Blair Davenport, or am I going to pick Roxanne Perez? I mean, if there was a fight going on outside a pub, and it was like, grab whatever you can, smash them with it, right? Are you going to pick Roxanne Perez, or are you going to pick Blair Davenport? For me, Blair Davenport should win this type of match. If it was more technical in-ring, then, you know, I'd be a little bit more leaning towards Roxanne. I think what I'm saying is that Blair is more of a brawler to me, and Roxanne is someone that really wants to prove she's a great wrestler. We saw her doing training camps with Miko Satomura, right? And so for me, I kind of look at Roxanne as more the wrestler. I look at Blair as more the brawler. This is a brawler's match. So for me, this should be Blair Davenport. But if it was a wrestling match, I'd be leaning a little more towards Roxanne Perez. So I'm leaning Blair. It might not fit with the story, right? I'm just telling you who I think should win. Who will win? Well, I don't know. I mean, and they could go with Roxanne. But I think it should be Blair for this match. And then our main event, Carmelo Hayes against Ilja Dragunov for the NXT Championship. And there's not a single fiber in my body that wants Carmelo to win this. I am fully on board the Ilja Dragunov hype train. I love this guy. I've loved him since his match with Cesaro in NXT UK. Didn't know anything about him. He was this promising upstart. And then he has a match against Cesaro at like a NXT UK takeover. And it was a banger. It was a great match. He was then on my radar. Started watching him. He works his way up to that match with Gunter, Walter. And it's amazing. There's a load of hype around it. I watched it. I really enjoyed it. Obviously, we then see him win the title in the rematch. It's been quite a journey. He's been amazing. He gives everything. And you could make the argument he doesn't need the title. And you could make the argument that Carmelo should continue with the title because we haven't done all that much with Carmelo yet. But I think Ilja is someone that also deserves a title run. I don't want to see happen to Ilja what's happened to Tyler Bate. And that's Tyler's kind of slipped into obscurity, you know? He's been messing around with Wesley, Mustafa Ali, but he's been a bit of the third wheel. They had him doing like a meditation thing, which just, didn't work for me personally. So I really want to see Ilja treated right. I really want to see Ilja given opportunity. And it's great that he's main eventing tonight. I mean, that is a great opportunity. But my concern would be if he doesn't win, what happens to him then? Where does he go? I feel like Carmelo has done a lot, actually. Even though he's not been champ for long, he was kind of like someone the people wanted to be champion. They wanted him to be champion for a long time. So when he finally did it, it was like, yes, he's got it. You know, we're getting Bron Breakker against Ilja, and I think it's because he's been in NXT longer. Obviously, Ilja has been over in NXT UK. So I feel like Carmelo's further down that road. I feel like he doesn't necessarily need the title as much as I think Ilja does, because I do just worry that if Ilja doesn't win it, what do we do with him? Can we find some really good, compelling stories? I look at like Damon Kemp after Diamond Mine is just completely fallen away. I look at Tyler Bate after he first came in, he's just like completely fallen away. I just don't want to see that happen to Ilja Dragunov. So I love Ilja. I'd love to see him do it. I don't know that he will do it. I'd love to see him do it. I'm going to say here's my pick, because I'm going to go all in on Ilja Dragunov. But yeah, I mean, look, there's a great chance that Carmelo will retain. So that is the breakdown. Those are the matches. We've got loads of championships up for grabs tonight. We got some real good grudge matches. We've got some debuts like with Gable Steveson. We've got main roster stars with Dominik, Mysterio and Baron Corbin that are going to be in action here. There's a lot to get your teeth into actually tonight. A lot to get your teeth into. Sometimes with these NXT shows, you can kind of be a little bit like, I don't know, the build's not been that great. I don't know all of the people. I mean, we do, but for casual fans, like they could look at it and go, oh, I don't really know any of those names. But if you look at this card, straight away, you're going to know Baron Corbin, right? You'll also be aware of Dirty Dominik Mysterio, of course. You'll be aware of Mustafa Ali. Granted, you might not have heard of Carmelo Hayes or Ilja Dragunov or Roxanne Perez, but you might have. There's a chance you have. I feel like you probably haven't heard of Tiffany Stratton. You probably haven't heard of Blair Davenport if you were a casual fan, right? Someone that doesn't really watch NXT. Because they haven't been around very long, in all fairness. Blair Davenport's, been away for ages. Tiffany Stratton, no, she's kind of been used for a little while, but I don't think she's really broken through onto kind of, the main roster. And I could see, Carmelo's been on the main roster. He was on the main roster the other day, for example. So, I don't know. I hope this is one that really grabs people's attention, because I think it's a good card. I think it's a really good card. So, looking forward to it. Right, bit of a long breakdown. I'm not going to apologize for that, because I think it was worth doing for those that don't watch NXT. But I do want to jump into the chat and say hello to people. Hello. Joe said, Days, people are saying The Rock could be at SummerSlam. What do you think? I would question where they are getting that information from. That's what I think. I haven't seen that. So I can't say I've seen any rumors on it, but then I've been out today. So I've not actually been in today. I did the boxing stream. I went straight from the boxing stream out, and then I got back, had a couple of hours sleep, and now here I am. So I must admit, I'm not feeling the most fresh in the world. So you might have to bear with me at times if I'm tripping over my words and whatever, because it was a pretty full-on stream last night. Lots of drama. It was good, really good. But yeah, probably not feeling the freshest right now. So I haven't seen any news today, but I can say before today, I hadn't seen any articles about The Rock being at SummerSlam. So what I would say is, if there's a report from, like, I don't know, Better Wrestling Experience, who people seem to put a lot of stock in, Sean Ross Sapp, Dave Meltzer, saying that looks like The Rock could be at SummerSlam, I'm all ears, right? If this is coming from YouTubers speculating that The Rock's going to be at SummerSlam because Grayson Waller did a people's elbow, I'm not all ears, right? So where's it coming from? That would be my question. One Infinity said, the other day you were saying how you think this current period is the second best period. When would you say this period started? Well, officially this period started, I suppose you could say, when NXT 2.0 was changed to I don't know. This black and gold? It's not really black and gold, but they changed the logo and everything, didn't they? So I feel like the history books may record it as being that period. So, but I think technically I came back because I did step away. I mean, believe it or not, I am actually aware that at times I can be a bit critical. Right? I'm aware of that. I think it's just part of like live reaction, right? Because I've said before, I think if you're going to praise stuff, you have to be down on stuff as well, because no one wants to see someone sitting here loving absolutely everything, right? Because it's just not real life. It's just not real. Like everyone's got things they like. Everyone's got things they don't. You can find any wrestling fan and say to them, what don't you like about WWE? What don't you like about AEW? You'll get a list of stuff, right? I don't think I've ever met anyone that's turned around and said they love everything about WWE or everything about AEW, right? So I think if you're going to do this and you're going to be honest with people, you have to give your honest opinions as to what you like, what you don't like. And so I am aware at times I can be a bit critical. And to be honest, I don't want to be. I don't want to just sit here complaining and moaning and be like, I'm really down on everything. I think there is a line where if you're excited, like I'm genuinely excited for tonight, and I'm genuinely excited by the cards. And I think that if you can go into the show feeling that way, which, you know, I'm proper excited for it. You know, brilliant that this show is for you. But I think if ever you get to the point where you're going into shows and you're like, there's a bit of dread, you're actually thinking like, I just don't know if there's going to be much here for me tonight. You can get by with a few weeks of that, dare I say a month of that, 2 months of that. There has to come a point where you go, do you know what? The current product is not what I'm looking for. And I got to that with 2.0. NXT 2.0 got me to that point where I was tuning in and I just wasn't getting much from the product. And so quite, you know, not drastic, but a pretty big thing for us to do where we just took a bit of a break. We took a bit of a break, and I'm so glad we did. I'm so glad we did. It's honestly one of the best things I did. And I'm really considering doing the same with AEW, because I feel like I've kind of got to that point with AEW where I'm searching, I'm looking. There's, you know, people ask me, what do you like about AEW? I can give you a list of things I like. But when I'm watching the shows, it's just not grabbing me. I'm not there. I'm not being brought into that world. And I look around at others that genuinely are, and you know, I'm like, yeah, that's not me. I'm really pleased for those people that they feel that way, but I can't get there with them. I can't go there with them because I don't feel that way. And I got to that with NXT. So I took a little bit of a break. It's one of the best things I did. I came back and the product just had evolved. Like what I was seeing in ring was so much sharper and crisper, and you could tell that they had put a lot of work in. So I think what it was that when NXT 2.0 started, and I've said this before, it felt like we reset, but we reset everything. There was like so many new faces that came in, but no one had established themselves. There wasn't really much of a reason to care about these people. They were trying to find ways of getting you to care, but I didn't care. And then you'd watch them in ring, and because they're new, they weren't very good. And so I know that you could look at it and go, well, it's developmental. But when you're watching week after week after week, and the product's just not really that good, and you're not really enjoying it, or at least to me. I know there'll be people out there going, nah, it was amazing, right? Brilliant, but not to me. And when you're watching it week after week like that, you kind of go, yeah, it's just, you know, let's come back in a bit and see how it's evolved. Let's see how it's developed. And I came back, and I think it was a heat wave. I've got the word heat wave in my head. I think it was like NXT heat wave, which I believe was still NXT 2.0. And I came back and I watched it, and I thought there was some really good stories that they were telling. There were some really good stories in place. There was some clear development with the talent, right? I think what we had done is we'd moved the likes of Lash Legend, who I remember at the start being just awful, and we were really pushing her, and she had her own little chat show thing, right? I think it was like Lashing Out with Lash Legend or something, and it was dire, right? It was bad, and in the ring she was bad, and there was a lot about her that was bad, but it wasn't just her. Like, there was loads of others that just weren't connecting, and I came back, and I think what we'd done is we'd kind of moved those that weren't ready, that we thought might be, to the side. Like, there was no sign of Lash Legend when I came back. And we'd moved them to the side, and we'd brought and focused on the better talent and the ones that were getting it and the ones that were progressing. And we'd sprinkled in a few new faces as well. And it just felt like there was some good stories going on. I think people had found their feet, right? They had got their feet under the table. I think they'd figured out who they were as wrestlers. They'd made improvements in ring. And there was enough there for me to go, do you know what? Yeah. I feel like there's something here again now. Not perfect, Still, you wouldn't look at it. It's not like every match is 5 stars. I was never looking for that. I was just looking for something that I could get into again, and I got into it again. So it's a good question about when do you think that period changed, because it may have been before I actually returned, which I want to say was Heatwave. There may have been green shoots, but I must admit I did go kind of back to see what I'd missed, and there was a horrible feud between like Joe Gacy and Bron Breakker, and you had grizzled young veterans turning into the dyad in robes, and I looked at that and I was like horrified, and I was so pleased I'd missed all of that. So I don't know. I feel like Heatwave is a real marker to me as to when I came back and I saw something that I was like, okay, this is better than what I was watching before. And since then, it's continued and it's improved. I mean, to me, the NXT now is in a genuinely really great place. There's so many different superstars that I really feel connected with, that I really do care about. I love like what Thea Hale has been doing with Chase U. I think Duke Hudson is really underrated in Chase U. I really love what they're doing there. I love all of them, actually. I think Andre Chase is really good. I think that whole gimmick is really good. I think there's so much you could do with it on the main roster. So I'm loving what they're doing there. Obviously, I was loving Creeds and Ivy Nile. I think that we've done a few things with Diamond Mine that have sort of worked, not really worked. I like Tatum Paxley with Ivy Nile. And I love Damon Kemp when he was in Diamond Mine. And so we've had a few people that have come in. But obviously, I don't know quite where we are with that now that the Creeds have gone, right? But that's obviously interesting. I think Schism has kind of improved. So since they added Ava, and since they have started wearing the yellow masks, and since they have, Gacy started wearing the shades, they've kind of dialed down on the fake, rubbish, druid nonsense, which may pop up again in the future, who knows? But instead, it starts to feel a little bit, I don't know, it's got a little bit of a better vibe to it. I still think there's lots that can be improved there. Still think there's lots that needs to evolve and change and whatever. I think they need a purpose. We need to know their mission. I want to see some more backstage conversations. There was a brilliant little brief thing that happened the other week where we actually saw Ava talking to the dyads, saying, calm down, like Joe knows what he's doing, because they were getting disillusioned. And this is where the bloodline has succeeded, because we know the relationships and how the people feel about each other. And that's been a real rich source of content. And so now seeing Ava talk to the dyads, don't worry, Gacy knows what he's doing. The dyad don't believe her. They think they're being set up. They're talking about leaving the group. She obviously is very close to him, but we don't really know why. Like, that to me is something that we need to invest in and investigate. That those relationships are really interesting. And I think there's a lot more there. Like, I want to know what's Ava's motivation. Like, what's Gacy trying to achieve? Like, why do they have a load of people following him around? Like, if they're just bumbling around, not doing anything, what's the point of that group, right? You can get frustrated by that, or you can look at it and go, well, that is a potential story that we could explore. And actually, NXT is doing such a good job at the moment that I feel confident that we will explore that. I feel confident that we will flesh that out. So, I'm kind of intrigued by what we're doing with Schism. I wouldn't say I love it for the reasons I've just given, but I don't hate it either. And so I'm intrigued by it. But I mean, I've said Ilja Dragunov killing it. I think Carmelo's a great prospect for the future. You can go down a list. So unofficially, I would say Heatwave is the show that really, yes, things have changed, but it might have been a little before that. But I think the history books will show that it was probably when the logo changed. We moved away from NXT 2.0. I think also, we've got to say that Sean obviously was dropped in the deep end when Triple H left. And so it's natural in it. I mean, they needed that time. Sean needed to find his feet. The talent that kind of all got dropped on us needed to find themselves, needed to evolve and develop. I mean, it's all perfectly understandable. It's all perfectly acceptable. And as I said, taking that step away so that I wasn't just moaning and complaining week after week and being down on the product. Instead, I could just return at a later date with an open, fresh mind and thankfully be really impressed with what I saw and have stuck with it ever since. And honestly, now it's one of my favorite shows. I really enjoy it. I think tonight's going to be great. Ethan said, what matches have we got tonight? I didn't pay attention to NXT. Well, if you go back to the start of the stream, and I hate to do that to you, but if you go back right to the start of the stream, we actually run down the whole thing and we give predictions and we do all of that. So I'm reluctant to do all of that again, considering we just did it 20 minutes ago. So if you go back to the start of the stream, you'll see the full breakdown and everything. Kian, shout out to you. Said, Days, hope you are well and having a good stream. I'll be in the chat later. I'm going to play Red Dead Redemption 2. It's confirmed that KSI and Tommy Fury is happening in Manchester. I saw that news, yeah. I saw that news. Good fight. We'll be trying to cover it. We'll be trying to cover it. Yeah, it's a little bit in the distance. I think they're trying to get a fight for Logan on the undercard, aren't they? I saw all this kind of playing out over the last 24 hours. But yeah, good. That'll be a big fun night. I'll enjoy Adam Cole's return. Hello, Miss Clown. Hope you're doing well, buds. I'd enjoy an Adam Cole return. Comes out, short promo, leading into him not being alone. Then the rest of Undisputed Era surround the ring. That would be sick, man. Undisputed Era, that was such a good run. Really enjoy it. I thought it lost steam at the end. Didn't really like how it all ended, but then I think there was injuries and, there was quite a bit at play. I don't know, for a group that was so good and so dominant and so strong. I know a lot of people really enjoyed Adam Cole, Kyle O'Reilly's feuds. I thought it was okay. It didn't I don't look at it as being this amazing feud. I see it as being all right. Yeah, it was fine. It was watchable. It was, good. So you could get some from it. I think they did a last man standing match that was pretty good. But I don't know. It didn't feel like it had this great ending that I was looking for. Part of it might be because, they tried to. I think they tried to make Kyle O'Reilly go as a single star, and it didn't work. So it felt a little bit like we tried to make Kyle O'Reilly this babyface single star, which was always going to be a bit of a challenge, I thought, and it just didn't really work out. So I think there's a tinge, and then of course the the whole group don't make it to the main roster, which is kind of what NXT's purpose is to get people ready for the main roster. And so this amazing group has this amazing run in developmental, and it never makes it to the main roster. And you go, God damn, man, they would have killed it on Raw or SmackDown, and it just never. And so I think there's this tinge of failure that's kind of surrounds the end of that group, which just leaves it on a bit of a downer, doesn't it? Unfortunately. But oh, what a run they had in NXT. And it's undeniable that Adam Cole is, you know, when you chisel in faces into the Mount Rushmore of NXT, you're going to chisel Adam Cole. Adam Cole is one of the faces that makes it onto the Mount Rushmore. For me, anyway, but he might even be the first face. We've spoke about this before. I feel like Johnny Gargano, Finn Balor, and Adam Cole are three of the four faces. And then you could make an argument for the fourth. But for me, those are three that I think definitely make it. Collision is the best product AEW have, said one Infinity TV. Bangers every week. In my opinion, it's 10 times better than Dynamite. I think it would change your opinion on AEW. Yeah, it probably would, to be honest. You're probably right. I've heard many people saying that it would change my opinion. I like FTR. I like Juice Robinson. I like Bullet Club Golds and Switchblades. Yeah, I completely agree. I think Collision is the brand I wanted AEW to be from the very beginning. I 100% completely agree. I am very disappointed that it is on a Saturday night, because that is just the worst night for that show to be on for me, because obviously we've got massive boxing, massive UFC. Next week you've got SummerSlam. And so, you know, it's going to be a case of Collision versus SummerSlam. I mean, it's a no contest. So it's not a show that I would ever be able to commit to watching, you know? Hence why I've just not gone out my way. There's no point me trying to follow storylines and all that kind of stuff on Collision, because I will never get a chance to watch that show. The only way I would be able to watch it would be in my own spare time. So it would never be something we would be able to stream. I would have to try and find time in my own spare time to watch it, right? Which I know wouldn't be a problem, but it's very difficult to find that time. Very difficult to find that time, because certainly at the moment, I'm trying to find ways of getting more toy hunts, figure videos. I'm trying to find that, because I just did Wrestling Shop Live, where people told me that's what they love on the channel. And they still love that on the channel, even though we don't do it that much. But that message was loudly received. So my focus is on trying to do that. And my focus is on trying to do like those little 2-minute review videos. We were doing those of like the pay-per-views and everything. And I still love those. I want to kind of evolve those. Not mess with them too much. I just, can we keep it all the same, but make the content even more engaging? How can I do that? You know, that's the kind of question I'm always asking myself. So like trying to find that time to sit down and you know, I could have it on in the background, but it wouldn't register. You know, I would need to sit down and actually give it the attention it deserves. And I don't know that that's going to be possible on a regular basis, like every week for 2 hours. That's what I do. I don't think I can bring that into my world. So yeah, I completely 100% agree. 100% agree. I've heard so much good stuff about Collision. If you can bring it into your life, if you've got that time that you can give it every single week, then and you think that you might enjoy it, do it, watch it, because I've heard brilliant stuff about Collision. I've heard really, really good stuff about Collision. So yep, I completely agree. There was a great match last night between FTR, Cole, and MJF, said Jeremy. Farouk said, can't believe SummerSlam is just a week away. I know. That's something else I need to do. So I was out today doing a toy hunt, actually. So I did a toy hunt and came back, got a few hours sleep. I'm here to do this now. And it dawned on me, I was like, SummerSlam next week. I haven't had a chance to do the SummerSlam predictions. I always like to put them up on the Sunday before, because I know there's people that are at work all week, so you want to try and do it the weekend before. I haven't had a chance to do it. What with UFC yesterday and NXT tonight, I haven't had a chance to put up the SummerSlam predictions. So that is my next job, is to get that done, hopefully tomorrow. So yeah, that's the next thing I need to try and get done. So busy. There's no way they can change the date of Collision, or they would have to get rid of that awesome theme song. It's called Saturday, said Infinity TV. I really like SummerSlam reviews. We need more for WrestleMania and Royal Rumble. Thruka, I really appreciate that. That is a part of the channel that I really want to grow and for people to enjoy. And I'm constantly like scratching my head of like, how do I make this more appealing for people? How can I make this be something that people will enjoy watching? And I think there's a couple of things I've done recently which I feel has helped. One of those is to include just a little bit of footage in there. I don't really want to go down that road, but I know that if I watch the show and there's a moment in there that makes me laugh, or there's a moment in there that I go, whoa, like it really grabs my attention. If I can just take that like little clip and put it into the 2-minute review, like then hopefully you will have that same reaction as well. And so I've been looking at trying to do that. And so yeah, you know, I've already watched SummerSlam 93. I've already watched SummerSlam 94. I've got my notes. I've got the images I need. So all of that can be done. I've been focusing on SummerSlam because, of course, SummerSlam's coming up next week. The plan was when we start building towards Survivor Series, I'll do it for Survivor Series. I'll do the same for Rumbles. I'll do the same for WrestleManias. Just keep trying to evolve them and everything. So I'm really pleased that you enjoy them. And feel free to leave any thoughts in the comments so that I can try and, you know, make them even better. So I'd like to do that. I do want to keep them 2 minutes, though. I think there's real value in keeping them short and sweet, you know. Something that you might have noticed I struggle with when I'm talking and going through comments and everything. Short and sweet is not really in my lexicon, but it's what I'm trying to do for those videos. Ellis Stubbs said, Collision being on a Saturday was a mistake, but there's always a small subset of people I see on Twitter that watch, including me. They always give it good reviews. It's a great show, and I recommend it. SummerSlam usually comes in the middle of August, but this time it's early, said Thruka. I was shocked when Punk pulled and NWO on the title. People's Wrestling Channel, shout out to you, said, Days, have you acknowledged your tribal chief today? I do it first thing in the morning when I wake up. I open my eyes and I literally acknowledge him every day. Daniela said, what do you think about the SummerSlam Battle Royal? Who do you think could be in it, apart from LA Knight and Sheamus, who were confirmed? I think any big stars that aren't on the show. It's a bit of a bland, boring answer. But if they're not on the match cards, like, say, a Shinsuke, a Bronson Reed, a Johnny Gargano, right, a Dexter Lumis, if they're not on the match cards, I think they'll make it in the SummerSlam Battle Royal. I don't know if it's a 20 or a 30-person Battle Royal. It'll probably be 30. If we can get that many in the ring at the same time. I'm sure we've done a 30-person Battle Royal before. Maybe it'll be 20. But either way, yeah, they'll just try and use it as a way of getting those people in that are the big names, you know. I don't think they'll just fill it with random tag teams for the sake of it. Like, I don't think they'll have Marseille and Mansoir in there. You might see Chad and Otis because we've been using them quite a bit, and then that means you can have Maxine on the outside doing some. Maybe you also put in the Viking Raiders, which means you could have Valhalla on the outsides, and that means you can do a little something there. So you're kind of bringing that feud into SummerSlam. So, yeah, I think anyone that's a big name, that's been getting a lot of TV time, that haven't quite made it to the SummerSlam cards, I feel really good about LA Knight winning it. Yeah. So, I think he's got to be favorite for most people. What's your favorite WrestleMania of the past 10 years? Says Infinity TV. For me, it's 33. It's so nostalgic. Everything about it was awesome. The stage, the theme song, the color scheme. Favorite WrestleMania of the past 10 years. If I could go back to one WrestleMania to watch, it would have to be, I mean, I don't know if I can say 30, but I think it would have to be 30. I feel like 30 has got legit some of the biggest moments in the history of WrestleMania in it. Well, the two in particular, which would be Daniel Bryan. But Daniel Bryan and the Yes Movement. I know it's one, I feel like it's one that's aged quite well anyway. I feel like you don't have to have been there. And I'm sure you remember it. But, 10 years is a long time. We say there's people coming into wrestling watching it for the first time every week. It's people that got into it during the pandemic. So those that might have gone back and watched the WrestleManias, I don't know if it's easy for them to understand how big the Yes Movement was, how big Daniel Bryan was, like bigger than LA Knight is now, right? Bigger than LA Knight is now. LA Knight is starting to get Daniel Bryan-esque reactions, but we're not there yet. We're not there yet. We're at the point where they had Daniel Bryan in the ring, and they had loads of wrestlers in the ring, and they were doing a segment about the unification of the titles. And we told this story before. There's a clip on YouTube which is amazing, and the crowd absolutely sabotage the segment. It'd be interesting actually if they were to do that. They should do that again, but only this time put LA Knight in the ring and see if the crowd sabotage the segment. Like how the crowd sabotaged the segment with Seth's song to the point where Dominik tries to talk and they boo him out the building. This was Daniel Bryan in the ring, not doing anything, just standing there. And the crowds were chanting Daniel Bryan, like repeatedly loud, to the point where Triple H couldn't talk. And he had to stop and look out at the fans. And eventually Mark Henry had to hold up Daniel Bryan's arm just to get the crowd to stop chanting his name. They were so loud. And then all that resulted in was the crowd breaking out into yes chants, right? So that moment was just one moment of week after week after week after week after week for a long time. A long time. And it was that whole build, that whole yes movement, Daniel Bryan being the B+ player. It was such a fantastic build. And for him to get to WrestleMania, and of course, we all knew he would do it. And he did it. He won the title, got past Triple H in a really good match, actually. Bit of an underrated WrestleMania match, Daniel Bryan, Triple H at WrestleMania 30. He had to beat Triple H to get to the main event where he wins. And obviously, you've got Connor the Crusher as well. So you've got that emotion, which, very real. And obviously, they set up the charity in his memory. That's a beautiful moment as well, seeing that. And then you want to go to a completely different extreme. You've got the end of the streak. I mean, the end of the streak is just mind-blowing, isn't it? Mind-blowing. I feel like the Shield are on that card as well. It might be so you've got Roman and Seth, and I can't remember who they're facing, but I'm pretty sure the Shield are on that card. I mean, I think I'm right. Oh, am I right? I might be wrong. I was going to say that. Is that their only WrestleMania appearance? But actually, I can't remember what they did at 29. They might have been at 29. Because they debut at the end of 2012, don't they? They have all of 2013. And actually, they break up mid 2014. It's not a long run. About a year and a half. And they break up mid 2014. So, the fact that you get to see the Shields is really cool at WrestleMania. So I would probably go back to that. It's not as bloated as the later Manias. I mean, 35 is way too long. Way too long. 36 is the first of the 2 days. And then 37, 38, 39. You know, that's it. With 2-day WrestleManias from 36. And 36 is obviously no crowds and everything. I think 37 was they were just trying to find their feet. There's some good stuff in it, but they were trying to find their feet. They were trying to, you know, get the crowd back and all that stuff. I think 38 and 39 are both really good. Day ones in particular. So really, I think, you know, for me, I wouldn't look at the back end because I think that there's some really good stuff in the front end of the 30s. For me, I'd go 30 as my top one. I really like 31, but I've said before, I think the wrong people win. 32, I really didn't like. I didn't think it was very good. I didn't think the card was very good. So 32, I'm not massively into. I agree. I think 33 is fun. I think it's got plenty of good stuff about it. I think 34 is pretty fun as well. I think that's got some good stuff. I remember Asuka, Charlotte. I was disappointed with the result, but it was still exciting seeing that match. And that, I believe, is where Asuka's undefeated streak finally comes to an end. And I think that's, am I right in saying that is AJ Styles at that one as well? There's some fun stuff that goes down at 34. But yeah, I'd have to say 30 for me would be top of the tree in the 30s. In my opinion, 30 is overrated. What else can you name about the Daniel Bryan and Undertaker stuff? Would you watch anything else on it? Yeah, I mean, as I say, I think the Shields was on that cards. It's a show that has big moments. I agree with you. Those are the two big moments. But I think the Daniel Bryan is 2 matches, isn't it? Because you've got the main event and you've got him against Triple H, which, as I said, I think is a really underrated match and a really solid open to the show. It's also a card that is quite condensed in the sense of it's nowhere near as bloated as the later WrestleManias. So you've still got like a really comfortable viewing experience, which I think really matters. You know, as the WrestleManias go deeper into the 30s, they just seem to keep getting longer and longer. And for me, I'm a quality over quantity guy. I think that 30 has got a nice run length to it. It's got some of the biggest moments in WrestleMania history. You've got, as I said, a bit of an underrated match with Triple H and Daniel Bryan, which I thought was really fun. You've got one of the only chances, as I said, 29, in all fairness. I think they were there as well. One of the only chances you get to see the Shields. There's a lot about it, which I like. I can't, to be perfectly truthful, I can't remember the other matches on it though. But let's have a look. Oh yeah, Cena and Bray were on that. Cena and Bray. I don't know how I feel about Cena and Bray, to be honest. In all fairness, there's not much else. So you've got Daniel Bryan Triple H as the opening match, right? Which I think's underrated. Then you've got the Shields taking on Kane and the New Age Outlaws. Doesn't really matter who the opponents are because, well, first of all, seeing the New Age Outlaws is pretty fun, but it didn't really matter who the opponents were. It's more just the Shields are like awesome. Love the Shield. It's one of my favorite, maybe my favorite ever factions in WWE history. So to see them at WrestleMania is really cool. Then you've got the Andre the Giant Battle Royal, which I think might have been the first time we'd ever done that. I think, was that the first ever Andre Battle Royal? I think it was. So yeah, granted, I didn't remember that was the first time we'd seen it or that had been there. But, you know, Battle Royal. There's nothing wrong with the Battle Royal. John Cena, Bray Wyatt. It's all right. It's all right. It's not something that I'm crazy about. Then you get the end of the streak. Then we get a real throwaway women's match, right? Which I'll admit is throwaway. It's only 6 minutes long, 6:48. And then you get the main event. So it's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 matches long on the main card. 7 matches long. 7 matches. 2 of them are Daniel Bryan. 1 of them's the Shield. 1 of them is the end of the streak. 1 of them is the Battle Royal. There's just nothing there that offends. There's just nothing there that I'm looking at going, oh, that really offends me. That, you know, that really brought it down. You can make the argument of the women's invitational being that, right? You can make that argument. But my counter argument would be, we're just in the end of the streak. We're just in the end of the streak, and we need to get mentally ready for what's coming next, which is Daniel Bryan. You've got to put a buffer in there. There's got to be something that you put in there. Could they have come up with something a bit more engaging than a multiple women's Diva Championship Vicky Guerrero Invitational? Maybe you could have found, but I think that segment needed to be fun. You've just seen the end of the streak. You need something that's going to be a bit zany, a bit Benny Hill, a bit wacky. Something that's going to be a bit of light relief. And, you know, I think the women do all right with that. It's you know, is it the low point? Yeah, probably. But I think you need something like that to get you from the end of the streak to the Daniel Bryan moment, because that's what's in between those two. So, yeah, honestly, I know there's not loads to it, but I am a fan of quality over quantity. And so, you know, think about that. Imagine that in this day and age, a WrestleMania that has 7 matches, and one of them is only 6 minutes long. It's not possible. Oh, do you know the other sick thing about that, right? And I promise I haven't read this. It just came back to my head. Maybe the greatest open to a WrestleMania, isn't that where Hogan is in the ring and then he's interrupted by Stone Cold, and you go, oh my God, these two in the ring again at the same time, 2 of the absolute greatest to ever do it, right? 2 of the big, and then they get interrupted by The Rock, and you go, oh my. Yeah. That just popped back into my head. That's one of the best opens to a WrestleMania ever. If they had found a way of getting Ric Flair to go into the ring as well, it might have been perfect. It might have been perfect, because Cena was already involved in a match. So I don't think you would have had Cena get involved in that. This was a segment for the big names of yesteryear, right? Well, I think if Bruno had come down, it would have been amazing. But Bruno, is that the year that Bruno goes in the Hall of Fame? So he might have already been involved in the Hall of Fame segment anyway. And so you've got Hogan, who's king of the 80s. You got Stone Cold, who's king of the 90s. And then you got The Rock, who's the biggest star in Hollywood, and obviously was massive in wrestling, all in the ring at the same time. If you'd have put Ric Flair in there as well, who's kind of seen as, like, you know, the king of professional wrestling, just full stop, I think that would have just been the cherry on top. I don't know at what point you bring Ric Flair out, but I've got a feeling, was he with TNA at that point? He might have been at TNA, so it might not have been possible. But I think, love that moment. That actually happens to be one of my all-time favorite WrestleMania moments as well. Is that moment where Hogan's interrupted by those guys. Fun reminiscing. Vince wants Von Wagner to be the next Hogan or Cena, a top babyface. I don't know how that will work, said T85. Cameron said Grayson invited The Rock to SummerSlam on Hawani's talk show. Oh, okay. That's where the rumors coming from, is it? That's where the talk's coming from. Okay. Well, if we've got a bit more traction to it, I think there's a chance that there's something there, right? I wouldn't get too carried away with it. I think there's a chance that there's something there. I think that it's interesting that we did a video on it. It's interesting a few weeks back now that their online beef has translated to now being used on TV, right? That's interesting. It's not something that I would get massively carried away about, spend hours and hours speculating on, right? Because there's not really enough there. There's not really enough substance there to get your teeth into. I think if he's gone on to Ariel Helwani and said, I'm publicly inviting The Rock, the ball's in The Rock's court now to respond. And that's what we're going to have to wait for. So he'll obviously turn around and say, it's not possible. I wouldn't want to come on your show anyway, blah, blah, blah. And then we know that, really, Grayson has been doing it because to get people talking, which is clever. It's clever. It's clever. I mean, listen, we're talking about Grayson Waller when we don't need to. He has given us a reason to talk about him. That is clever. And I think that's something people sort of miss, is that this is actually a tactic that gets used a lot, where they put these things in just to get you to talk about Grayson or get you to talk about stuff. Do you remember the electric that was in the background of the Royal Rumble poster? That people said the poster was electrifying, and people were fairly convinced. Not everyone, but there was people that were fairly convinced this meant The Rock was going to be at Royal Rumble, right? We've been through all this. We go through all this. Do you remember on the bus of the Money in the Bank poster had a distorted face, which meant that Bray Wyatt was definitely going to be at Money in the Bank? I remember, right? And he wasn't. Because it might have just been an error or a glitch or something. Or, equally, they might have done this stuff knowing that people are going to look for these things, read into these things, and it's free advertising. Every time you put a tweet out or talk to a friend about it, it is conversation, which is keeping them on the agenda, and it is free advertising. And this is something that you are going to see a lot of all over social media for lots of different things, right? Because if you give people gray area, they will speculate on it, they will chew on it, they will talk about it, right? If you give them clear answers, there's not much conversation, is there? Right? You can talk about how you feel about it, but if you've got a clear answer, like this is what we're doing, then there's not a great deal you can chew over or speculate about. But if you give people gray area, where do you think that's going? Do you think The Rock will be there? Why do you think he's mentioning him on the show? You give people that, then they can speculate on it. So at this stage, don't know is the answer. Don't know if he's doing it for that kind of attention, which if he is, I say is clever, right? If he is, I say that shows a maturity, an understanding of how this business works beyond his years. If it is that they've actually got The Rock, then that's very exciting, right? So it's either clever or exciting. And I like both of those options. I'm a big fan of both of those options. So, yeah, we'll have to see which way it goes. We'll have to see which way it goes. Certainly what I wouldn't do is sit here and say, yeah, he's calling him out. That means that The Rock's definitely coming in. Like, you can't say that. You can't say that. Okay, we are going over to the pre-show, the kickoff show. AB Jobson said the best WrestleMania match of all time and perhaps the best WWE match ever was Shawn Michaels' Undertaker at WrestleMania 25. I was at 26. They were both 5-star matches. Jim said, I wonder what happens to Chase U if and when Andre Chase moves to the main roster. That's true, actually. I wonder if there'll still be a Chase U. There could be. That's a good point. He could go to the main roster with a class that's made up of NXT students, and those NXT students can then go on NXT talking about what they've learned and their teachings. So he doesn't have to be there. You know, you can still have like a Chase U presence. As long as that character is still on the main roster doing that, then you could get away with having a Chase U contingent down in NXT. But that would be weird, wouldn't it? That would be weird. In a good way. I think in a great way. Because we are looking for ways to link the main roster with NXT. Because what we're seeing is a lot of success when we do. So when you bring down a Dominik Mysterio in a Judgment Day, when you see Carmelo rocking up on Raw or whatever, you know, when we're strengthening that bond between these brands, we're seeing success. So actually, that would be a fantastic bridge between the developmental and the main roster if we actually got Andre Chase on the main roster, backstage, teaching a class, pre-recorded thing, teaching his class what he's learned on the main roster. They're taking notes. And then on NXT, you don't see Andre Chase, but you do see those students. And they then, you know, can talk about what they've learned. You know, we can see them hanging out by the lockers or whatever it might be at the Chase University. And they can still represent Chase U. So that is a fun musing. Taker and Michaels at 25 was a untimely classic, said T85. You give any update news and what's in the news, says Q the Light Knight. We haven't looked at what's in the news today, as I've been out today, but I can click on Observer, see what we've got. They're just running through the cards. Right now, they're just doing live kind of results of NXT Great American Bash, which obviously has not started yet. We're at the kickoff show. There is a match coming up on this kickoff show, though. So we are going to be watching that, enjoying that. We've got, what's this daily update? So, oh, hello, backstage with Rhea. Rhea. Dom is cool, calm, and collected. One idiot could pin the other idiot and we could get a new champion. Right now, Mackenzie, you need to leave. She's going to help Dom stretch. Dom is always on top. Oh, there we go. Breaking news. Breaking news. Right, we've got what we've got here. SummerSlam preview, update on ticket sales, preview of Great American Bash, Gable Stevens decision, what is true, what isn't true in his angle. This is on the Wrestling Observer. They're just saying the stuff that's being spoke about right now. Previewed for AEW in Wembley, ticket sales, and will they outsell Hogan versus Andre? Bottom line is, I don't think there is any big news. I don't think there is anything, to be honest. Rey Mysterio is fine after his injury, so that's good news. A little bit on Ring of Honor, a little bit on New Japan. Main event results as Caden Carter took on Nikki Cross. Sanga took on Akira Tozawa. All really fascinating stuff. I mean, this is pretty low level stuff in regards to what's going on. Not really. We're having to dig pretty deep to find anything of interest. Bray Wyatt's dad was asked, could we see you return to WWE? And his response was, not in this lifetime. So read into that, whatever you want. Pretty definitive answer there. I don't think he's interested. Right. I don't understand why they do the pre-shows in the studios. It's much cooler and more appealing to do it in the arena or even right outside the stadium like they do at WrestleMania. Yeah, there must be a reason for it, and I don't know what that reason is. Could it be that they don't want to fly them all the way to the venue just to do a thing that they could do from the studio? Could it be something like that? Is it like, I don't know, do these people live close to the studio? They don't want to fly them. Where are we? I don't even know where we are tonight. Where are we tonight? Are we in Texas? We're in Cedar Park. We're in Cedar Park. We're in a park in Texas. We're not really in a park. We're in Cedar Park, and I don't know. Perhaps it's like we don't want to have to fly you all the way there for no reason type thing. It's never stopped them before. Perhaps this is the new friendlier WWE, you know? Putting the employees' welfare first WWE, you know? It's a brave new world. It's a brave new world. Do you think Ilja will be main rostered if he loses? I hope so, to be honest. I hope so. I don't think he needs to... What does he need to learn? You know, I hope so. I think that's a really good shout, because the point I made earlier was I'm really worried about Ilja. I think if you look at Tyler Bate and you look at a few others that have kind of, Damon Kemp comes to mind, that have had like some big stories, really good stuff. Like Damon Kemp was in a big story with Diamond Mine. That ended, and he's just done very little. He recently managed to do an NXT Underground match, which was great, but between that and where he was before, very little, right? It seems like Ilja is someone they really like, they're really invested in, but my concern would be that if he has just been built up as an opponent for Carmelo, and Carmelo gets past Ilja, I don't know what we do with Ilja after. I'm sure we could find something, but is it gonna be good, creative, compelling? Is it gonna be a come down from, you know, competing for the title? I feel like it probably is. I just want the best for him, because I really rate him. I really rate him. Someone that gives you 110% every time. I mean, people often say, I want to be remembered as someone that never cheated the fans. I want to be remembered as someone that gave everything. Well, yeah, there's a lot of people that do, but look at what Ilja does, right? That's giving everything. You could make the argument he goes too far. You could make the argument that he is actually shortening his career. You could make the argument that he gives everything to the point where he will suffer a significant injury that's going to shorten his career, or worse, right? And obviously, touch wood, hopefully not. But he really there is no more he could give. Unless he was going to start chopping off limbs or something, right? To actually beat people up with his severed arm or something. I don't know what more he could do. But that intensity and that ability to keep giving like 110% is very, very compelling. Very, very compelling. I really do respect him for that. So I think I don't want to see him keep doing that in NXT. I don't want to see him keep doing that. Oh, hello. There was a little fight at DreamCon. DreamCon! There's a fight at DreamCon between Roxanne and Blair. Roxanne and Blair trying to get at each other at DreamCon. There's about 10 people standing around watching. Oh, no, there's a few more. Oh, look, there's a dude there with horns on at DreamCon, and he had, I think, some food, and he was like, okay. What the hell is DreamCon? I don't even know what it is. But yeah, I don't want to see him like killing himself down in the developmental. Let's get him up to the main roster. What else does he need to learn? He knows where the cameras are. He knows how to work a crowd. He knows how to please the crowds. He knows how to deliver 5-star matches. He knows how to be a champion. What else we got to do? Because he knows how to sell, mainly because I don't think he sells. I think he's actually in pain. I don't know what else we need to do with him, to be honest. He could absolutely go to the main roster. For me, he should be the person that beats Gunter for the Intercontinental Championship. So actually, if we do get him to the main roster, maybe he could like get a fluke early win for a mid-card title. Which some people would be like, hey, you want to just put him straight into the mid-card thing? Like, you know, I hear you. Okay? I hear you. I'm just saying that would be quite the statement. We've done it a few times where if there's like, you know, someone that we want to really explode, they come in and get like a big shock win out of nowhere. Like, who is this person? And no one has been able to beat Gunter. So imagine Ilja rocks up and does it. Those of us that know of their matches from NXT UK and NXT, it will be like, oh yeah, let's go. Those that have never seen those matches and are not aware of Ilja, what a great way to make a statement. What a great way. He's the one that finally defeated. Someone's got to get the rub. And we actually did a little thing the other day where we went through the roster and we were trying to figure out who the person should be. And all the names I was coming back with were all really new, relatively new names. For me, like it's a Johnny Gargano type situation, a Tommaso Ciampa type situation. But even they're relatively new to the main roster because they've had injuries, which means they haven't actually done all that much on the main roster, all things considered. So, you know, a Bron Breakker, an Ilja Dragunov, a Johnny Gargano, a Tommaso Ciampa. These are the kind of people that I think need that big moment, that big push to really, you know, push them further along, give them that momentum. So, yeah, I don't know. Might be pie in the sky stuff. Might not play out that way. But I really don't mind Ilja losing and going to the main roster. I really don't mind that. I like it. Russell Andy said, do you think William Regal will be on camera again anytime soon? Well, I don't know what the agreement was. Wasn't it that he had to stay off camera for a certain period of time? And so I don't know when that period of time expires. I don't know when he's allowed back on camera. So I think to be honest, they probably shouldn't. I think you could do it as a bit of a one-off for something like, you know, William Regal back in NXT, just, you know, for one appearance, and it's like, oh my God, William Regal's here, this is amazing, feels proper old school, blah, 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 blah. That would be awesome. But for him to be like a regular, recurring character, I think we have moved on, right? I think we've moved on. I think him as GM was amazing, epic, fantastic. I think that he can do some good stuff behind the scenes. I don't think we need him. I don't think he needs it, and I don't think we need it for him to be like coming back. That would kind of us be going back to where we were. I think it's a fun thing for him to come on screen and do it as a one-off in NXT. And I certainly don't think we need to do it on the main roster unless he was going to be like a GM on the main roster. Say have Adam Pearce on the one brand, William Regal on the other brand. Use him, you know, you see him like backstage thing, which you could probably pre-record. Because I don't think he wants to travel around and all that stuff. So, you know, I don't know. You could maybe do something like that, but I really don't think he wants that. I think he is quite happy just being, you know, him keeping himself to himself, being behind the scenes. And equally, I think there was something in the contract that said, yes, you can go back to WWE. We'll let you out if you contract early, but you can't be an on-screen character for X amount of time. And I don't know when that expires. So I'm not sure when he would even be allowed to go back on camera. Do you think Gable will do well tonight? Corbin should protect him and make him look good, said Jeremiah. Jeremiah, shout out to you. Yeah, I think I think that Gable will win. Will he look good? I think he'll look okay. I think he will. You'll see a lot of big power moves. Actually, talking to Corbin, we're backstage with Corbin. Let's see what Corbin's got to say. Why Gable? Gable represents everything I'm against. He's walking into this world thinking he understands and he doesn't. They think it'll be an easy debut for him. The fans are excited. But tonight that won't happen. This part of my career is about me. I'm going to be selfish. I'm going to take what I'm owed. I really like this from Corbin. I really like this from Corbin. Really good. Gable can go wherever he wants after this. I don't care. Good luck tonight, says Mackenzie. And Corbin said, luck is not something I need. I really like that. He comes across as credible. He comes across as someone that's got a purpose. He's kind of, if you are not someone that's been watching NXT, he's given you a reason to watch that match in that promo. You know that this guy's making his debut. You know that he's seen as like the next big thing and the fans are excited. You know that Baron Corbin is against this guy like becoming a superstar. He's going to try and take the will to succeed away from him. And now at this stage in his career, he wants to be more about himself and take what he is owed. I really like that from Corbin, because you don't need to know anything about that match. You are now interested to know how's it going to go. And you know a few things about it as well. So he's given you a good story to the match there, all within the space of a very short promo. I think it was really good stuff. Good stuff. Well done, everyone. Well done. They at least need him back for War Games or something with Charlie Dempsey. Charlie Dempsey. Good old Charlie Dempsey. Feel like he should be a chimney sweep, Charlie Dempsey. He should come down with like one of those extendable chimney, you know, like how they did in Mary Poppins. One of those extendable chimney sweep thing. Brushes. That's the word I was after. Good old Charlie Dempsey, eh? Chim chimney, chim chimney, chim chim chiroo. Corbin is a decent worker, said T85. What do you think about AEW fans criticizing their women's division to not make it better? What do you think about AEW fans criticizing their women's division to not make it better? Don't know what you mean by that last bit. If they're criticizing their women's division, that's fine, because I think their women's division could be a bit better. Hopefully it's constructive. So, you know, rather than just going, this is effing stupid, blah, blah, blah. If it's more like give the women more time because they can't do anything with the time they're being given, or give the women a second feud because just focusing on one story is not enough, or why do we see like someone 1 week and then not see them for 2 months? right? 3 months, 4 months. Like, how can we get involved in the character? Where's the the really good, rich, deep women's stories or whatever it might be? I think if it's constructive like that, it's fine, because I think you can throw some criticism at that women's division. If it's been, I don't know what, if they're saying it to not make it better, that last bit's the bit I'm struggling with. I don't think I understand that bit, but I don't know. I think I said earlier, I think you are allowed to criticize things in AEW, WWE, NXT, and we spoke a bit at length about that earlier. I think that if you are a wrestling fan, even a fan of anything, if you're a fan of anything, there's going to be things that you like and dislike. If you're a fan of food, there's going to be food that you dislike. It's going to be tastes that you don't like. It's going to be things that you prefer. So I think for AEW fans, for them to be like, oh, I love AEW, love this, love that, that was amazing. And then for them to be like, well, but I don't like this, I don't like that. I think that's perfectly acceptable. I think that's fine. As long as it's constructive, There's no point just going, oh, this sucks. And that's it. Like, okay, well, what don't you like about it and what would you do about it? I think if you can go to those steps, then at least it makes the criticism a bit more palatable. So, I don't know. Hopefully that answers your question. Who do you think is next for Melo? I think it should be Trick, says Deborah. Yeah, well, that would be... I've been waiting for them two to turn. I can't believe they're still together, to be honest. I am with you. Again, I'm with you. I think Trick would be a really good opponent for Carmelo. I mean, honestly, we could see Ilja get the title, and we could see it get the title because of Trick. Imagine then you get Carmelo and Trick in a feud over the rest of the summer, so August into September. And then you've got Ilja with the belt, who can have a good run with the NXT championship and have a good few matches at like big shows. And I don't know when you would call them up, to be honest. I don't know. I feel like neither are that far away from a call up. I don't know if we just kind of bumble our way to the Raw after WrestleMania. That feels like a long way away. I don't feel like we need to wait that long. There is potentially going to be some call-ups after SummerSlam. So it could be that Ilja loses and then gets called up after SummerSlam. It could be that Carmelo loses and he gets called up after SummerSlam. So whoever loses, I think there's going to be a lot of chat around, are they going to get called up after SummerSlam? Collision doesn't add anything, in my opinion. New storylines, and if it is storylines, it's all over the place. I don't know who to cheer for. Is CM Punk a heel or a face, says Horror King Mayhem. Who do you think is next for Melo? I think it should be Trick. We answered that one. Roxanne Perez is very good, but not much in promos, says T85. I figured out what I don't like about her. I figured it out. First of all, I think she was pushed too quickly, right? The other thing, the main thing, she's too, just, nice. Like, I just want to be an inspiration for people. I just want to, try my best. All this, like, it's really pure and innocent and, I don't know, heartwarming and all this kind of stuff. But it's too nice. It's too nice. In a world of violence and people jumping each other in parking lots and all this kind of stuff, like, you've got a young kid that's, I always dreamed of being a WWE superstar, and I don't know, perhaps I've just heard that shtick too many times, and it just doesn't land for me anymore. I just find that dull. Find it boring. Find it, I don't know. There's only so many times you can hear of someone saying they dreamed of being a WWE superstar and they can't believe they're living their dream. I think there's there is some truth, and there is something in the fact that when you are watching superstars like Seth Rollins and Roman Reigns and Becky Lynch and all these kind of people, right? They are big names. They've got big star power, and they feel, dare I say, larger than life. Like, you see their figures in the shops, and they feel just like larger than life. They don't feel like they're just a person, right? There's so much to them. They're so big. Their brands are so big. They feel like superstars. And certainly back in the day with Hulk Hogan, Ultimate Warrior, Macho Man. I mean, does Macho Man feel like a guy? A dude? Does Macho Man just feel like a dude that ate food and, you know, went to sleep? Like, he just, you know, you think of the robes, and you think of the catchphrases, and you think of Miss Elizabeth, and like, you think of all this stuff that's attached to Macho Man. It just feels larger than life, because you've seen so much merch of Macho Man and everything like that. And because back in the day as well, like, people were so big, like, they even looked larger than life. You know, you've got like Warlord, Bulldog, Warrior, Hogan. They're all jacked on steroids, which is not a good thing. But yeah, larger than life. And I think that's like they are the definition of the word superstar. I think if you've got like a kid, a young girl saying that she always dreamed of this, she's so far away, in my mind, from being that larger than life. I suppose in a way she's like relatable, and they're going for the relatable angle. But I don't know. I want. It doesn't work for me. I've seen it a lot of times. I want to see the show. I want to see the superstar. I want to see, you know, I want to feel like I'm watching someone special. And if you've got like basically a kid just saying like, oh, I've always dreamed of being in WWE, I can't believe I'm here now, I'm living my dream and all that kind of stuff, you're like, okay, good for you. I'm pleased for you. But like, what are you doing for me now? Right? What's happening? What am I watching? Give me something that I'm gonna really like. Give me an amazing promo. Give me an amazing match. That's what I'm looking for. I'm glad you're living your dream, but give me something amazing. And I think that was just a bit of a barrier for me with her. I think she's good in ring. I don't lose my mind over her in ring. I don't think that she is. I think she's good in ring. I think that she is. I think there's a bit of hype there, which you can understand, right? You've got someone of her age in particular doing some really solid work. You can easily look at that compared to like the people they bring in from next in line that are a little limited. Like, you can see that Roxanne is further along in her training. And so I think that they've kind of dialed in on that, focused on that, made that her brand. She's the prodigy. Can you believe she's this good at such a young age, right? I can understand why they did that. I'm not against that. I think she's good in ring. I agree. I think her promos are limited. And I think that a lot of what I get from her repeatedly, I wouldn't even mind if it was just once, but I feel like it's on quite a regular basis where it seems to always come down to her being happy. Can't believe it. I'm so lucky. I'm so blessed. You know, I'm in the game. I got a figure, all this kind of stuff. I want the superstar. I want the Bron Breaker. I want someone that feels, wow, like I want someone that feels like they're special. That's why I've struggled a little with Roxanne Perez. But there'll be a lot of people that really love her for that love how relatable she is, you know? Just as I said before, it's like food. You know, there's things that people enjoy eating, there's things that people don't. I don't enjoy eating Roxanne Perez. That's what we've learned. That is what we've learned. And we've also learned that coming up next is the 8-person tag match. Days, we've all seen on NXT, the product gets better since about late 2022. But I think there's been a real fire lit lately. More people are talking about NXT. The ratings gone up, and there's more engagement in the streams. Yeah, I think I feel like the foundations were in place in late 2022. And I think what we've done is we've just ignited the burner by bringing in Dirty Dom, bringing in Seth Rollins. You haven't got to go back that far to see the ratings not doing what they're doing right now. And I think that the reason why we've got them going is because, you know, it's no secret, is it? You get a big name, someone that's on TV a lot on Raw or SmackDown, someone that's getting reactions, right? Go and get LA Knight right now. Get LA Knight right now. Put him in NXT. Do a little summit in NXT. It's going to get a great rating. Okay? Because LA Knight, people want to see him. And he's getting great reaction. You go and get Seth Rollins. They're singing his theme song all over his segments, right? He is the current world champion as well. We had a world championship match in NXT. Mental, right? That Dominik Mysterio getting booed out the building, right? Bring him in NXT with with Mummy as well. Rhea Ripley. Crazy reactions. Big numbers in the ratings. Lovely, lovely, lovely. What we've learned is that you can't just go and get Los Lotharios and think that that's going to do the... Well, you know, Los Lotharios have been shown on TV a few times on the main roster. Maybe they'll do something for the ratings in NXT. Nope. Nope. Right? You've got to have people that are getting... that have got a bit of buzz, a bit of energy around them, ratings-wise. They've gone and got those people, brought them to NXT. We're reaping the reward. So it's a great time. I agree. Bembo said Sean has done so well controlling NXT. Definitely was one of the best decisions. Mm-hmm. I agree. I wasn't sure at first. But as I said, you know, you've got to give people time. You got to give people chances. They're not going to get it right first time, and you know that was a lot on his plate, man. You know, Triple H, because of his heart issues. You know, Sean was proper dropped in the deep end. Proper in the deep end. Can totally understand as to why it was wobbly, right? Some people still enjoyed it, NXT 2.0 at the start. Really enjoyed just seeing the new faces, like going on that journey with the wrestlers. You know, yeah, they're green, but they're meant to be green because it's developmental. And I think that's great. I really do. I think that's really admirable that they were watching it. And even though it wasn't like amazing, it didn't matter because they could tell themselves this doesn't matter because it's meant to be this way. It's developmental. I think that's a real mature way of looking at it. And as I said, you know, I just needed to take that step away personally. And then when I came back, I mean, they'd found their feet. And not only that, they'd started walking. Right? I think we're running now, but that's probably the way to look at it. You know, we were kind of rolling around on the floor when I stopped watching. And whilst I was away, we learnt to crawl. We got up on our feet. And then I came back just as we were walking. And now we're running. God only knows what's next. Cycling. Cycling next. That's what you've got to look forward to. Flipping cycling. Right. 8-person tag match. Let's go. So, Nathan Frazier, Dragon Lee, Ulisa, Valentina. I just say it was a really good banana. Really good. Well done, everyone. Okay, I really like Metaphor. These aren't Metaphor, but I really like Metaphor. So, I'll just put 8-person tag. Let's go. I'm going to be contrary and say I'm not digging the main roster beating NXT talent. Having Rhea beat Lyra, what does that do for Lyra, says Greggy. Well, it's fair. Oh, I love this entrance. Hang on, we can get back to it. I like that entrance. So there was 4 different colors. Each of the Metaphor people were standing in front of these like colors, and then Metaphor went straight across the big screens. Counterfeit cup being brought down to the ring by Noam Dar. Jakara Jackson's decided to bring a lollipop, like a giant lollipop. So he's got his counterfeit cup, which is brought into the ring by Jakara Jackson. Is this the hands? Is that what? Ah. Metaphor. Let's go. Let's go. They keep calling it the counterfeit cup. So disrespectful. It's a lovely cup. I can't believe they made another. Everyone's getting a heritage cup. And it's got its own plinth. It's got its own plinth. Right, about to get underway. Yeah, okay. I love the fact that you're being contrary. I would say, what does it do for them? I think seeing someone like Lyra get in a ring and go toe-to-toe with Rhea, I don't think anyone expects Lyra to be able to beat Rhea because Rhea's a world champion, right? Not on that level, but it's a bit of a measuring stick as to where are they. So I think if you go in with the expectation of, well, look, Lyra ain't going to win, but is she going to get destroyed? Right? Because we've seen Rhea destroying people on the main roster, but she didn't. I mean, she gave a real good account of herself. She hung with Rhea. And is she a step behind Rhea? Absolutely. Should she be? Absolutely. She's down in developmental. But it's a case that she wasn't embarrassed. Wasn't embarrassed. She held her own. She looked really good. She got some offense in on Rhea. Actually, I think there might even have been like distraction from Dominik as well, which could sort of make the argument if he hadn't have done that, blah, blah, blah. You know what they like to do. So, and afterwards, I thought what was really good was that it wasn't just a case that Lyra was left down on the ground, beaten up as Rhea walked away, laughing her head off, smirking or whatever. They didn't do that. Rhea walked away, and well, actually, she went up to Lyra and says, "Now deal with JC." She gave her a clear instruction, and Lyra was like, "I will." It's a little bit of like Rhea testing Lyra to see like how good she is, or even Lyra testing herself to see how good she is. Getting the answer that I'm good. I've just hung with the world champion, right? Be like, you know. Be like a young fighter getting in there and holding their own against a boxing champion or against a UFC champion. And all right, they haven't picked up the dub, but they wouldn't have expected to. They shouldn't have. It would have been a massive upset if they had. Cara Jackson's in there. And yeah, she told her now go and get JC. So Lyra's now going to go off into continue this feud with JC. And I don't think that she looks any weaker at all. If anything, I think the fact that she looked as good against Rhea makes her look pretty good. I don't think it takes anything away, personally. And I'd say the same for Braun. Braun shouldn't be beating Seth. If anything, it shows guts that he even called Seth out to have a go for the world title. Little bit of swag there by Chikara. Now we've got Ulisa I don't know much about you, Lisa. She got injured for ages. You can see she's got that knee brace on. Just to wrap up on that conversation, feel free to put in the chat how you feel about it. Do you like the main roster stars coming down, beating the NXT talent? Would you rather they just stayed away? I think there's a balance. I certainly wouldn't flood NXT with them. Kick coming in, Dragon Lee going over. Drop kick there by Dragon Lee. Landing on Oro Mensah. We've got a high mom sign in the crowds. That is breaking news. Lovely there by Dragon Lee. Goes over the top rope. Look, comes crashing down like a single leg drop kick. Right to the face. Let's go Dragon is the chant by the fans. Shot to the back of the head there. Ulisa shouting away on the outsides. Dragon Lee goes over in the corner. Oro coming over, tags in Noam. Here's Noam. Noam has got Dragon Lee in the corner. He's throwing in elbows. Elbows to the head. Showing off the guns. Goes over to the corner. Provokes the rest of the group so that they can do some heel work. Excellent by Metaphor. Excellent by Metaphor. Great work by Noam Dar. Proper old school, really good heel work. Went over to the corner, provoked them. They then started to get in the ring. The ref was like, whoa, 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 you can't do that. That allows Metaphor to work on Dragon Lee. And just old school heelish work by Metaphor as Oro Mensah gets a headlock, keeps Dragon Lee grounded. Got elbows to the midsection by Dragon Lee. Oro Mensah. Forearm strikes coming in by Dragon Lee. These two exchanging forearms back and forth. Kick there by Oro Mensah. He gets flipped over and then he gets kicked in the face. The flip didn't look great by Oro Mensah. It looked a little delayed. But we're seeing both the Heritage Cups. Wonder what they'll do with that. I mean, they're not going to run with 2 Heritage Cups. So I wonder how that will resolve itself. If they were belts, you would just do a ladder match or something. I don't think you're going to do a ladder match for 2 Heritage Cups swinging above the ring. Over the top. Against the ropes goes Frazier. Duck underneath really quick. Drop kick. Noam Dar goes flying through the ropes. Flying. I really like how Ulisa shouts on the outside. Really gets animated on the outside. Valentina is up. Turns around. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. Head scissors. She went off the top. Into a head scissors. On Lash Legends. Wow, big air. Big air. Big air by Valentina. Huge air. Ulisa goes up top. Not as big air. Little air. Baby air. Baby air. Hurricanrana. Against the ropes goes Nathan Frazier. Suicide dive. Crazy spots. Big boot there. Double clothesline. I love that big boot by Lash Legends. I love that big boot by Lash Legends. Oh, man. Back elbow. 1, 2. Kick out. Back elbow by Noam Dar. I tell you what, there's a lovely mixture of suicide dive, big air, all this kind of stuff. And then you've just got Lash Legend in there with a big boot. You got Noam Dar with a back elbow. There's a lovely blend of like aerial, quick-paced action with like hard-hitting moments that just sort of punctuate the match. Chikara in the way. She prevents Nathan Frazier from landing on Noam Dar. Now we've got you, Lisa, in there going against the ropes. She's got a real energy to you, Lisa. Really like how she's constantly involved, shouting on the outsides, making some noise, goes to climb up top. Haven't seen much of her because of her injury. Drop kick, missile drop kick. In comes Valentina. Valentina, DDT on Lash Legend. Lash Legend. Getting pinned, a little bit sloppy. Noam Dar makes the save. This is pretty fun, man. It's pretty fun. It's all right. The crowd noise is making it seem better than it is, says Miss Clown. Shots coming in. We are 30 minutes away. Lash Legend getting round the back. Tag. Drop kick. Down goes Lash. Dragon Lee charges over. Grabs Noam Dar. Oof, Dragon Screw, man. Dragon Screw, and it looked brutal. Super kick by Dragon Lee. Dragon Lee. Nice kick to the leg by Noam. Fast paced, as you would imagine, this match. Oof. Big heavy shot there by Noam. Knees coming into the midsection. Tag. In comes Oro. He goes up in the air. Drop kick. Very quick kicks. Love the kick to the side of the head. Actually, oh. Plants Dragon Lee. 1, 2. Oh. Wow. Wow. But no, man. Some of this stuff is really good and impressive, but it's the same criticism of they're doing too much. That's an amazing spot that really should have resulted in the finish there by Oro Mensah. Kick, DDT, Noam Dar goes into the ropes, goes to the outsides. Tag, Nathan Frazier, springboards. Oro moves out the way. Back elbow by Noam. It looks a little bit sloppy. Roll up by Oro. Kick out by Nathan. Yeah, I feel like it's just outstaying its welcome for me. I feel like there's been some really good stuff. Spanish fly off that middle rope. Nathan Frazier goes over to the outside. Dragon Lee in the corner. Could this be the beginning of the end? 1, 2, 3. And it finally wraps up. I reckon that went like a couple of minutes. Touch long for me. But fun opening contest. I think there's some nice little moments in there. Some fun stuff in that. This match is way better than expected, said AB Jobson. Noah said good match. CB Dub said dub match. Dirty Aubrey said that was awesome. Christopher said we have good players, will be all right. Mr. Dell Jr. said 4.5. Right Now said that was a fun one. Trini said Spotfest but fun. Looks like a good lineup for tonight. Super fun match, said Robin. Days of you seeing KSI Tommy is October 14th. Yes, should be good. Should be good. I think Logan's going to be the co-main on that, but we haven't heard who it's going to be yet. Delwyn says, Delwyn, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the support, dudes. Delwyn said, how's your fire electric plug going? NXT for me, looking like they're improving. Better now than 2.0. The increase is looking good for the past few months. Haven't really watched too many NXTs. Delwyn, shout out to you, man. Really appreciate the support. The electrical situation is really strange. I'm actually still using extension leads at the moment, but the power is back on, right? So that's good. Back on everywhere now. Just came back yesterday. I'm a bit worried about it because the thought is that the reason it went is because there might be a leak and something shorted, right? And that would mean that it might be to do with the rain. So the rain might have got in, shorted something out, and all the one side of the house lost the electrical sockets. Now that it's been a bit warmer, it might have dried, and now the electrical sockets are back, right? Because you go to the circuit board, turn it all back on, and now it seems to be fine, right? And it wasn't the other day. So I'm really worried about it, if I'm going to be honest, because I don't want to be streaming and we just go down because it's raining, right? That's mental. That's mental. But that's where I am now. That's the current situation. But yeah, as for now, the power is back. So we'll see. We'll see. We won't go down tonight because I'm using extension leads that are connected to the other side of the house. I've got like a 50-meter extension lead that's running like through the house, down the steps. Everything's plugged into it, so we'll be absolutely fine tonight. But I think as of tomorrow, I'll go back to my old setup, and let's hope it doesn't rain. Let's hope it doesn't rain. AJ, so yeah, shout out to you, Darwin. Really appreciate the support, man. I agree. We've spoken a lot actually about how NXT feels like it's got some real momentum at the moment. It's in a real good place at the moment. I completely agree. I think we're doing some really good stuff. So we're moving on, and we are moving on. We've got a little video package looking at Tony D. My Ford Fiesta sometimes doesn't like reverse gear. Jeez. Yeah, I don't have that problem, but yeah. I don't watch NXT, but I watched the kickoff show match, and wow, said AJB. Baby Jobson on the brain. AJB Gaming. Who do you think, which main roster will come to NXT? Well, he had a list, didn't he, Sean? He said he wants Brawling Brutes. He wants Sammy and Kevin. And there was another one that I forgot. I think there was 3 that got mentioned. I think Sammy and Kevin would be awesome. That'd be really good. That would be great. So, yes, any of those. Anyone that's got a bit of buzz around them. Don't just bring down main roster people. Bring down anyone that's got a bit of buzz. I don't know if Brawling Brutes would move numbers. They would if Sheamus was with them. And it was a really good, like, them against Gallus. Something like that. Like, Brawling Brutes against Boring Brutes. That could be fun. That could be really fun. That could be a war. That could be a War Games. So, yeah, they probably shouldn't do it in War Games. But, yeah, it still could be a lot of fun. But those are the ones that got mentioned. Chris said, I just bought a Dodge Ram pickup truck. I love the Hemi engine. Chris, I don't know what that means, but shout out to you. Shout out to your Dodge Ram pickup. Q the Light Knight said, with the 24/7 belts at any time, any place, any day, you could pin for the win. It'd be worth the bigness. On video, it'd be worth the bigness. It'd be worth the bigness. Everything's worth the bigness. Kojiko, shout out to you. Kojiko said French fries are a popular dish made from deep frying thin strips of potato until they become crispy and golden brown. That is breaking news. Kashawn said, Days, I can't be the only one to see the comparisons between Roxanne Perez and Liv Morgan because of the similar characters. I think you're right. And I would say the conversation I was having earlier about Roxanne Perez, probably the same reason why I feel the same about Liv Morgan. Liv Morgan has never been someone that I've been crazy about. Never been someone that I've really ever rooted for. In fact, let me change that. She's never been someone I've rooted for. I don't, just like with Roxanne, I don't feel like a hatred. There's no hatred. There's no animosity. It's not like I want them gone from NXT or gone from the main roster or gone out of WWE. I just think that Roxanne is that I'm happy to be here, blah, 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 blah. And as I said, just doesn't quite land. I would completely agree. I think that Liv has been that as well. I think we're starting to see Liv evolve out of that, though. I think we're starting to see like a bit of a change there. I think she's been on the main roster a good few years now. She's been a single star for a while now. You know, she's tasted a bit of success. She's had a championship. She's always going to be grateful to be here and given that opportunity. I think hopefully we're at the point where we can move past having to say that. I mean, that should sort of go without saying, really. Everyone's, you know, grateful to be there. Everyone's feeling blessed that they're a WWE superstar. It kind of goes, every superstar has, from Hulk Hogan and whoever, you know. It doesn't necessarily need to be said. I'd like to think that for her, for where she is, she's now focused on, you know, creating moments, memories, winning more championships, looking forwards, right? There was a promo, actually. Someone said something along the lines. It was a promo, which I really loved. Like, I need to stop being grateful for being here. I am here, and I need to make the most of being here. I remember someone that said that. I don't think it was that long ago as well. I don't think it was that. It might even have been Roxanne Perez. I feel like that was in the past, say, 12 months that someone came out with a promo that was like that. My brain will not tell me who it is right now. But I thought that was really good. Really good. But yeah, I think that's a good, fair comparison. Good, fair comparison. JB said, Liv has got no consistent character. She's a bit all over the place. 1 minute she's a badass who loves inflicting pain, and then the next minute she's crying like a baby after getting beaten up. That's also a very good point, in all fairness. That's also a very good point. She is, you know, I think this is where the different creative is kind of getting in the way. So, you know, she's someone that's extreme, and they wanted to do that because at the time she was the champ. She was going up against Ronda. They were basically saying that she was too meek and weak. She wasn't extreme, and she was like, well, I'll show you extreme. And so she kind of went through that because that's what the story, and that's really where her character was at that time. We've sort of dialed back from that, unfortunately. I think there was some in that. I think she could have been the extreme girl. She could have regularly like brought out the tables. The crowd love tables, right? If you're a baby face and you reach for the tables, you're going to get really good crowd support because the crowd love tables. She could have kept that going. She could have had more extreme matches, had extreme moments in like the Rumble, done like some extreme at WrestleMania. Like, we could have really got behind that, but you're absolutely right. We seemingly abandoned it. I don't know. I don't know if it was like her push kind of came to an end, her run came to an end, her story kind of came to an end. And so we didn't keep it up, keep it going. I think, you know, the booking of Liv is, you could spend a long time analyzing it. I think that it really is a catalog of mistakes and failures by creative. I feel sorry for her because she'll do what she's told. But I think it is a pretty steady stream of mistakes and failures. As we said, you know, I think one of the biggest mistakes Triple H made was her title run. Not necessarily giving her the title, but the way it was booked, the way it was handled, the SummerSlam moment, which was just horrible. And like, you know, the way it all played out. I think you easily could have booked that better. There's 5-year-old kids that play with figures that could have made that championship run better. But that is not our focus tonight. And hopefully she gets another opportunity, and I'm sure she will. Hello, Dusty. Cody is opening the show. So we're just looking at some of the old Great American Bashes. The influence of Dusty Rhodes is palpable. NXT has returned to the Lone Star State, so Cody is doing the Open. Championships are on the line. So we're just seeing how we got to some of these matches. Dirty Dom, Mustafa Ali, Wesley. Really great to see some footage of Dusty. Great to hear from Cody. They do this on the regular basis. We've had like Charlotte do these opens in the past. Will Thea Hale tap Tiffany Stratton out? We're going to find out tonight. Gable Steveson makes his in-ring debut. Roxanne and Blair. Weapons Wild match. And then that main event, man. Carmelo against Ilja is going to go. It's going to go. I'm really excited for that main event. What I said before, one of the best matches I've seen this year is Ilja against Dijak. And that was from, I don't know if it was the last NXT show. But, oh, God, what a match. Welcome to Great American Bash. Let's go, baby. Let's go. I have no idea of the match order. I don't know what we're opening with. No. NXT Great American Bash. Not the biggest arena. It's like one level, but I mean, it's full and it looks good. It looks really good. My dad is... Didn't see what that says. What are we opening with? Got a mouse. Got loads of mice. Okay, we're opening with the family. So we're going to open up with Tony and Stax taking on Gallus for the NXT Tag Team titles. Let's go into the chat. We'll see what people are saying. Who wins? Who wins? We'll try and do this for each of the matches. Will it be the family or will it be Gallus? Who wins? If you are watching and you've not left a like, leave a like. It is greatly appreciated, of course. Of course. NXT Gab is underway. Not sure what that was about. The whole point is that Stax is not a rat, says Adam. Yeah, don't know. I think they just wanted to show some rats. Here's Gallus backstage. I don't mind this. I don't feel like I see enough about Gallus that's interesting. I just see them like in a pub. It's always and forever Gallus boys on top. Gallus getting ready to come out. Yeah. Okay, so the family versus Gallus. Come on, family, said David. Coach Co said, sure, take a break, relax. It's essential to take some time for yourself to recharge and unwind. The Don of NXT, Tony D'Angelo and Channing Stacks Lorenzo. Is that who you think is going to win? WWE AEW fan. Febin said, thoughts on Ferguson getting whooped again? That was my pick, sadly. I thought he would lose. I think he's done. I think he's done. I think he must surely know he's done as well. Or maybe he's still, I don't know. I didn't see like the fallout of it. But I was expecting it. I was not expecting Gaethje. I did not expect that. Okay, here we go then. Wolfgang grabbing Stacks, driving him into the corner. Stacks getting hurled across the ring. Shots coming in there by Wolfgang. What do people think of the idea of trios titles in WWE? Says King of Nothing. Let's throw it out there, King of Nothing. We'll see what comes back. Russell Andy said, what are your feelings on this blatant Celtic gear from Gallus? Don't know what you mean, mate. Aren't Celtic like green and white? This is green and lime green. I'm not getting Celtic vibes. And what vibes I'm getting, actually? Shot coming in by Tony. Tony kicks coming in there by Tony D. Tony D has got numbers down the side of his ring gear. I'm guessing. I don't know if he's wrestled in this before. It's been so long since I've seen Tony, I can't remember. But this is like prison stuff, isn't it? That you get given when you go to prison, like the number down the side. I have no idea if he's always wrestled in that or not. Stacks going against the ropes. A bit of verbals as Stacks is. Whoa, that is lovely. There was a takeover, but Stacks is able to get a headlock. Big clothesline by Wolfgang. Shot coming into the back. Stacks lands on his feet. Duck underneath. Coffee. Makes the tag to Wolfgang. Wolfgang picks up Stacks and hangs him off on that top rope. Steve, hello, shout out to you. Said, are you planning on watching the new Cody documentary, which is released tomorrow? Yeah, I think it. Yeah, it's something I should watch. I don't know that I'm gonna learn anything from it. Maybe I will. Maybe there'll be something in there that might surprise me. I don't know. I don't know a great deal about it, if I'm being perfectly truthful. I feel that it is gonna be like just a bit behind the scenes, seeing him just like talking. I don't know if there's gonna be anything like, oh yeah, that was tasty. I didn't expect that. I don't know, like big talking points that come out of it. Feels like one of the big talking points is the fact they're using footage from Being the Elite, and they've got permission to use footage from Being the Elite. I know that's been a talking point going into it. Yeah, definitely. I'll try and check it out. It doesn't feel like one that I'm really desperate. Like, I'm not sat here like, oh my God, yeah, I can't, well, man, I can't wait. I don't feel that way. And I think the reason is because I just don't think there's anything that I'm going to learn, or I don't think there's going to be anything that I'm going to I don't need to see Cody behind the scenes, you know? I don't feel like I need that. I don't need to see him at home with Brandy. That's not something that's really interesting to me. I'm not, that doesn't bother me. I feel like they do like a Rhodes on top, which I think was exactly that. I mean, I never watched that. I'd be a hypocrite if I was to say, oh yeah, I'm really excited for this. Oh, I can't wait to see the behind the scenes stuff. And then I'd never even bothered watching Rhodes on top, right? So I never watched that. That just never appealed to me then. Doesn't appeal to me now, if I'm being truthful. But I feel like, yeah, I probably do or should watch it because there could be something in there. Tag, in comes Tony, clothesline, down goes Wolfgang, down goes Coffee, big right hand, another clothesline, goes over by Tony, Wolfgang goes to the outsides, in the middle, belly to belly, big throw, and another big throw. Tony fired up. Spoiler for the documentary, Dusty Rhodes is his father. It wasn't as dramatic as Empire Strikes Back. Okay. Appreciate it. Days, what grabbed me is the bit where Vince had to fly to Cody's house, apparently, to bring him back, says Hasib. Yeah, I feel like that's out there, though. I mean, I agree. That's a fun little thing where you'd be like, oh, did you know that? But that one has leaked out, hasn't it? I mean, will there be more things like that? If there's more stuff in there like that, then yeah, cool, great. We might go, oh, did you see that? And did you see this? And did you see that? Oh, headbutt by Stacks. I'm really not a fan of flying headbutts. Saved by Wolfgang. So Stacks with flying headbutt. I have no idea why that's not banned. No idea at all. Double clothesline, Tony down, Wolfgang down. So it was a superplex into a flying headbutt by Stacks. Right now we've got Coffee in the ring. We got Stacks in the ring. We've got fired up crowd. Crowd are making some noise for this one. Nice shot in the corner there by Stacks. Kick. Tony goes down. Back elbow there by Coffee. Oof. Uranagi by Wolfgang. Coffee going against the ropes. He goes over the top. Comes crashing down on Tony. Wolfgang. Moonsault. Lands on Stacks. Kick out by Stacks. And Wolfgang is surprised. He is surprised. Shocked. Can't believe it. Oh no. But is that a truncheon? Or are you just happy to see me? Looks like a truncheon. It's too small to be a baseball bat. Referee distracted. Stacks is down. So there was a distraction. 1, 2. Oh, and Tony makes the save. I was going to say, that's going to be a real flat ending. That's going to be a real flat ending if that's how it ends. Over the top rope goes Wolfgang. Big kick to the midsection by Tony. Tony has got Coffee, throws him into Wolfgang. They go crashing into the ring steps. Tony in the corner. In the ring, though, Joe Coffey trying to charge over. Oh, he gets nailed. Joe Coffey nailed. With a crowbar. Stacks and Tony are having to deal with all 3 members of Gallus. The Don knows that they've got to get him back in the ring. They do. This might be the beginning of the end here as Wolfgang is planted. 1, 2, 3. And we have got new NXT Tag Team Champions. The family, damn it! Oh, there's a woman in the crowd that is really not impressed. Really not impressed. There was a woman that they showed on the crowd. She was sat there like, really not feeling that. Everyone else was. A lot of other people were, but for some reason, she was not feeling it. New NXT Tag Team Champions. Dub match, said Kishore. Well, 73% of people were correct. Wow, we had over 200 votes, you know. 73% of people said family. 26% said Gallus. Well, it'd be like 73 point something, 26 point something. You get the picture. Bowl is packed with the genius. It makes you throw frisbees non-stop. If Mania 41 goes to Minnesota, I'll pay for your flight and tickets, and you can stream in my basement. Lots of plants. Thanks. Godfather's Ho, shout out to you, my friend. You had me at lots of plants. But there we go. It is a dub for the family. So Tony used a crowbar and to win new tag team championes. They definitely deserve it, said Elijah. And yes. Let's go, JMB. Yes. The family win the NXT tag titles. Really good opener, says Owen. Hello. Is this countdown? 5, 4, 3. It's the generation of Jade. Welcome to the generation of Jade. So we've got these profiles of different NXT talents. I think actually it's not just NXT talents. I think it's also main roster talents. Because on Peacock, I think you guys go to commercials. So we got one for Cora Jade at the moment. LA Dort Knight, shout out to you. David, shout out to you. John said, if you do come to visit us in Minnesota, definitely not. We can probably do better than someone's basement, says John. Well, I appreciate it. We might have progressed from a basement now to maybe a trailer, some sort of backseat of an automobile. I don't know. But there are currently no plans for me to go to Minnesota at the moment. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Sean said, do you think Dirty Dom is going to lose the North American Championship in his first title defense? I do. I do. We'll find out what you lot think. We'll do a poll for each of the matches as we work our way through the evening. So we've done the family against Gallus, resulted in new champions. I don't know, man. How many championships are going to change hands? We've already seen one championship change hands. How many are changing hands tonight? Just remember, Days. How is your electric equipment? No sparks, said Christopher. Yeah, we spoke about that earlier, but the electricity has come back. And the theory is that it was potentially rainwater that got in and shorted out one of the circuits, which took out all the plugs on this side of the house. Well, it's been a bit drier recently, and we think that might have now resulted in that electricity coming back, which I am not satisfied with, because what if it happens again? I don't have an answer to that. What if it happens again? So, oh yeah, look at Trick, man. Trick's got a cowboy hat on. He's got a jacket. Loving it. I tell you what, the weather there looks amazing. Right, Roxanne Perez against Blair Davenport. It's time to go wild with weapons. That's what we're doing next at Great American Bash. Let's go. Let's go. So Blair taking out a load of people in the NXT parking lot. Who wins the weapons wild match? Is it going to be Roxanne? I want you to really think about this. Is it going to be Roxanne? Or is it going to be Blair? I feel about 60-40, maybe even 70-30 that it's going to be Roxanne. I think they're going to give it Roxanne. Unless someone's going to get involved. Because I could see Blair as the leader of a group. I could definitely see Blair as the leader of a group. Blair is that sort of head bully. I think we need to do a lot of work with Blair. Because she is someone that's got a really good size to her. She's someone that's got really good experience. She's someone that could really get somewhere. But we just haven't really done a great deal with her. So she's involved now in a proper good little feud here with Roxanne. I love the supermarket brawl, the grocery store brawl thing that we did. Convenience store, whatever it was. This thing. 7-Eleven. 7-Eleven brawl. So, yeah, I really like Blair. I think we need to evolve her. Like, we need to put some people with her, or we need to... Don't know how her losing a weapons wild match to Roxanne is going to help her, if I'm being honest. Oh, I'm looking forward to this. I really think both women need to get the result here. Millennial Action said, I'll gladly be there like a puppet on a string. Like a puppet on a string. Bum, 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 bum. Tune. Weapons wild. It's going to be wild. So we're just seeing that brawl from earlier. LA Dark Knight said, I think the community should be swapping houses for a month. Let's go. Let's go. Does anyone want to live in Manchester? I mean, if you love rain, you know. Oh, that's her sister and her mom. Oh, Blair Davenport attacks her. Love it. Great. We're underway. So they're brawling right in front of her sister and her mom. Oh, I'll tell you what. This is going to be quite interesting. Because normally if you put like family members in the crowds, they normally either get involved or like they... Like Blair will do something brutal to Roxanne in front of the family members. Into the barricade goes Roxanne. Back elbow by Roxanne. Roxanne jumps up on the barricades. Goes for a crossbody, throws down some big shots to Blair. Shot to the midsection there by Blair Davenport. Yeah, we were saying, I think both women need this. This is Blair's type of match. So she should win it because it's her type of match. But then Roxanne needs to show that she's got that edge. She's not just that friendly girl next door. So she could do with the win as well. So it kind of makes it quite intriguing to know which way they've decided to go. Roxanne charging over. I think what I would love is I'd love for Roxanne's little sister to cost Roxanne. I'd love that. Have her little sister be like, you were never there for me. And like Blair go over and be like, you know, I can be the big sister that you never had. I reckon. All right, let's get creative. Let's do something fun. There's the mum. The mum's devastated. Going over, grabbing Roxanne face first into the ring steps. Roxy Rocks sign. There is that a branding iron? It's got a branding iron. It's got a brander. Bang! To the midsection. Branding iron. Well, she used it once, chucked it in the ring. Chair gets chucked in the ring. Blair is in control. She's grabbed another chair, goes round, chucks it to the back and to the back of the head of Roxanne. Another chair gets thrown into the ring. Is the sister crying? Is she crying? Yeah, go on. Is she actually crying? If she started like legit properly crying, that would really add to it. For the good of this story, start crying. Trash cans on the body of Roxanne. She's walloping the trash can with the branding iron. Chair's being put in the corner. Ambrose is cutting at the thought of all these weapons. I half expect him to come through the crowd and join in. Chair to the midsection of Roxanne. It's still real to us, damn it, says JMB. I love it, man. I love it when, like... Remember Izzy, the NXT girl? I think she still is around. She obviously massively added to that Sasha Bailey feuds. So, you know, got Roxanne's sister like getting all like a bit emotional. If Blair was a real heel, she would really dial in on that and make sure that that kid was in floods of tears. For the good of the match. For the good of our enjoyment. This is the best form of entertainment. Blair grabs a chair. Roxanne's got a chair. She jabs Blair to the midsection. Drop kick. The chair goes into Blair. Roxanne is about to cry like Liv, said Zoom. This is awesome, said Boomers. Roxanne jumps on the outside. Hashtag NXT. Gab. Great American. Oh, she's whipping her with a belt. Pull him. Stop it! Stop it! I'll be your sister now. She's got her by the arm. She's dragging Roxanne in front of her family. Swinging around, hurling her into the barricades. She took the belt off. 4 touchdowns in one game is an impressive sign. She wants them. Ah, look, she is getting upset. Ah, she's gone too far. I don't like to see kids getting upset. Cowbell has been introduced. Another cowbell. Tiffany is going to crush Thea tonight. Now she's whipping her with the belt. And again, Blair going over by the barricade as she's getting whipped away here by... Oh, man, right across the midsection. Moody. She's trying to... Move your arm. Move your arm. What are you doing? She's like holding her arm there so that Roxanne can tie it up. She's like, I can't move my arm. Yes, you can. I can't move my arm until this spot is done. Spotitis. I've got wrestling spotitis. It's where part of your body becomes paralyzed until the planned spot that you planned to do is executed. Roxanne's got a table, and the crowds are loving it. Said, man, people love tables. So a table has been introduced. Goes back over to Blair. Blair. Ooh. Something very real about seeing someone get whipped in the midsection with like a belt. Because it is real and it's brutal. And look at the marks. In the ring goes Blair. Saw a really good kendo match. It was on NXT this week, wasn't it? Good match. Funny actually that Cora and Roxanne both in like weapons matches this week. Chairs are being stacked up in the middle of the ring. Roxanne's being dragged to the middle. Looks like she's going to be suplexed. I mean, that looks moody, man. Getting suplexed onto that pile of chairs. Blair goes into a chair that was set up in the corner. What we're going to look to do, we're going to go Pop Rocks. She went for Pop Rocks. She couldn't get it. She went for Pop Rocks onto those chairs. Instead, reversed. Roxanne dumped on her head. Now Blair has got Roxanne. Oh, plants her through a table. 1, 2. Kick out by Roxanne. Kick out by Roxanne. Where are we with the... wow, another poll. Another 200 odd votes. So 64%. Yeah, I feel like I'm right with you. I feel like I'm right with you. I said I was like 60-40, 70-30. Roxanne, 64%. Blair Davenport, 36%. Going for Pop Rocks. Can't get it again. She goes into the top rope. Davenport. Perched. Oh, double stomp right to the back of the head. Oh, that wasn't really... Was that no salt? Oh, did she get out the way? It looked like she got a bit of it. A little bit clunky in that spot there. It's hard to know how much she actually connected Blair. These two fighting on the edge of the ring then at the moment as Roxanne has got Blair Davenport looking for a Russian leg sweep, trying to leg sweep her through a table. Shot coming in there by Blair. Kick as Roxanne goes flying down. I don't know if she was meant to go through the table. Perez back on her feet. Blair over by the ring steps. Knee strike there by Roxanne. Now she's putting Blair Davenport onto the table. Roxanne is looking to go into the ring, climbing up top. She's going to look to plant her through. And she does a splash. A splash through Blair, who was on the table. Table gets broken. Crowd are loving it. Roxanne in the corner. Kick to the midsection. Looking for Pop Rocks. Gets it. Gets it. 1, 2, 3. Roxanne wins with Pop Rocks. And for the second time, the chat was successful in predicting that Roxanne would pick up the victory. Look at the kid, man. The kid's so stressed. the kid at the end is not celebrating. Roxanne's sister is not celebrating. Roxanne's sister's just like, I can't go through that again. I can't go through that again. I need a drink. I need a drink. Oh, God. That was so I just can't do it. I don't even know why I'm here. She's going to need counseling. So we're just seeing replay. Roxanne wins 3 out of 5. Infinity said 375. 2-0 on predictions, said Sunny. Big Red said, okay, but is Judgment Day going to be on the show? Yeah, I think so. It's a big show, isn't it? I think so. We know that Rhea's there. It ain't smiles for Roxanne's sister. It's all smiles for Roxanne Perez. Next week, SummerSlam. Sick. All roads lead to pain. Let's go. Lance said there's too much focus on her family. Spapatoon said, are you enjoying the show so far? Yeah. I think, I don't think there's been any outstanding matches. I didn't think that was outstanding. I actually thought it was a bit spot heavy. As I said, you know, that moment where she was trying to, like, she couldn't move her arm. It's just, like, a bit silly. I don't think the splash to the outside looks that great, if I'm being honest. The splash that Roxanne did through the table. She didn't even get, like, a really good hang time or anything. I think if you're going to do a spot like that, you got to really make it look good. She sort of, like, rabbit hopped off. Went down, and I don't know, it just seemed a bit meek. Crowd are going to pop if their table gets broken, whatever happens. So I don't know. There's a few bits in that I was like, but then there was also some bits in it where they're whipping each other with the belts, and you go, "Oh man, that hurt. That's going to hurt." That's like Ilja Dragunov stuff, you know. There's no way that's not hurting. That's going to hurt. So you look at stuff like that and you go, yeah, respect for that. But I mean, I think if you was to compare that to Dragunov against Dijak, which might be an unfair comparison because you're comparing the guys to the girls, whatever, but that wasn't Weapons Wild, but that had a lot of weapons in it. For me, that was oh god, so hard hitting, so really good stuff, man. But yeah, I would say it was fine. Good. There's some fun moments you can have with the show so far tonight. But just nothing that is outstanding. We're just seeing Thea backstage, and we're seeing Tiffany getting ready as well. Thea had like a proper robe and everything, proper Rocky style, she was getting proper warmed up. I don't know if that's our next match. We've got a ship on a sea. Is this Corbin? It's pretty cool, isn't it? There's a ship on a sea. Burn the ships. Central music's a bit Sheamus-esque, isn't it? Is this a new theme for him? I like the theme. I like the burn the ships. I like how there was a ship on the sea, and then as soon as he came out, the ship just burst into flames, and now it's like still bobbing away, but it's on fire. Oh, I'm not sure how I feel. Captain Corbin. Captain Corbin. Not sure how I feel about the theme. I like the graphics. I don't hate the theme. Just a little bit Sheamus in vibe. Right, we've got the next match. Who wins? Who wins? Is it going to be Baron Corbin, or is it going to be Gable Steveson? It's got to be Gable in it. Surely. I know we're burning the ships, but it's got to be Gable Steveson. Baron, the new Captain Crunch. New look. It's going to be hard because I want Corbin, says Nathan. But also, it's a debut for Gable Steveson. It is. Giant USA flag in the front row. Gable Steveson in a red Olympic singlet. Say Olympic. Kind of thing you'd expect to see him wear in the Olympics. Okay, so Corbin against Steveson. This is our first look. Takedown. Smile on the face by Steveson. Let's go Corbin, chant. Let's go Corbin, chant. Corbin charging over. Obviously, we've spoke about the... I'm guessing that's because of the allegations that were made against Gable Steveson. It wasn't the whole crowd. It felt like it was just a segment of the crowd, like a section. Steveson gets pushed back there by Corbin. Where did he go? Oh, he went to the outside. It's funny because he pushes him away. The camera then goes back to the corner because the camera like followed Steveson. When he went back, Corbin had disappeared. He'd like full on fiended. We got an ankle lock being applied there by Steveson, but Corbin's over by the ropes and the hold is broken. To the outside goes Steveson. Round the back of Corbin, we got a German suplex on the outsides. And it is Roxanne's sister and mother are no longer in the corner. They fiended as well. Everyone's fiending. Everyone's disappearing. You're not Gable. You're not Gable is the chant. Are they talking about Chad Gable? Oh my God. You're not Gable. Yes, he is. You're not Gable. Yes, he is. We meant Chad Gable. To the outside goes Baron Corbin. But what were the allegations? We Google them. We covered them. If you put Gable Steveson allegations into Google. Baron Corbin chants. These are a little louder again now. The Baron Corbin chants are seemingly growing. It's interesting. It's really interesting hearing the reactions. Is that first time watching Gable Steveson? He looks all right. He looks all right. Yeah, he's doing a bit of selling in there. Seen some power moves, which we knew we would see. Oh. 1, 2, Corbin. Shoulder up by Steveson. It's got an AA. The allegations are not nice, says Elator at night. Corbin's going to carry Steveson in this match. Yeah, and so he should. Clothesline. Down goes Steveson. It's his first match. Counter two. Imagine the best version of Corbin losing to a developmental wrestler, said Sir Killer. Steveson's special, though, isn't he? I mean, he's an Olympic gold medalist. It's comparing him to someone like, I don't know, anyone that's been coming out of that next in line, you know. People that are like just football players or basketball players or gymnasts or whatever. I mean, this is someone that's done wrestling at an Olympic level and won Olympic golds. Let's go, Corbin, chant. Shot to the midsection there by Steveson. And again. Another big right hand. Another right hand. Against the ropes goes Corbin. Belly to belly. Another belly to belly there by Steveson. Third in a row. There's a mixture of cheers and boos. To the outside goes Steveson. In the ring goes Corbin. Steveson charging over, looking for a clothesline. Corbin goes over the top rope to the outside. Knee to the midsection there by Corbin. Into the edge of the ring goes Steveson. Heavy shot there by Corbin. And again, unloading on Steveson on the outsides. The big news is the reaction that he's getting from me. He's looking good. He's looking physical. He's chucking Corbin around. There's a double count out. Wow, double count out. So double count out. That wasn't an option. So it means that the community remains undefeated tonight. BS chants. BS chants from the crowds. Loud boos. As Gable Steveson, the negative reactions for Steveson have grown throughout the match. They've grown throughout the match. There's going to have to be a conversation about these reactions. These two are like brawling and fighting. Steveson chucking security guards around. Collides over into Corbin. There's a big brawl between these two right now. Into the ring post. Corbin unloading on the security guards. Oh, Corbin gets hurled into the timekeeper's area, into the barricade, actually. And the barricade comes down. Steveson jumps into the ring. Yeah. Steveson may be Olympic gold medalist, but he was a polarizing personality on the NCAA stage. Just because we know who he is doesn't mean we're huge fans, says Ray. I miss when wrestlers from the locker room would come out and help and get tossed around, said Defcon Eric. This is the wrong show, but goods. Not overly impressed with Gable, said Lance. That was really intense. I think if it would have been good if we didn't have that cloud hanging over it. I agree. I think the reaction is the big talking point there. I think it's very hard to focus on what they're doing when clearly the thing you have to talk about is the booing, the let's go Corbin, which was quiet at the start, but seemed to get louder. It seemed to gain in support. And so it's very interesting. I don't know what they're going to do following this. I don't know what they're going to do. If the crowd side with Corbin, that's a problem. What has Gable done to them? Well, I believe it's due to the allegations that were made against him. I mean, the thing is now, if allegations get made against you, and these are serious allegations, they didn't go anywhere. There was no court case or charges or anything like that that was brought against Gable, but it's a case of, you know, on social media, these things don't just go away. Like they're things that you are tarnished with this now. Unless someone wants to tell me I'm wrong and it's connected to something different. That's the only thing I'm aware of. And so I can understand the crowd feeling uneasy towards him. We spoke about this when we spoke about these allegations the other day. I don't know if he's guilty of these allegations or not, but it's not really my job. And it's not my place to decide. I'm not a judge. I ain't seen the evidence. I haven't spoke to witnesses or, you know, gone through the interviews and all that kind of stuff. So the fact that he's not been found guilty, well, hasn't even gone that far. He's a free man that's, in the eyes of the law, innocent. So there's a cloud. Does that... But I don't know. We get onto the whole conversation of people presuming guilt and, you know, making their own judgments. And I don't know. I can understand. People being uneasy towards him. I can understand people not wanting him in WWE. because they don't know the truth, and you'd rather just not have that cloud around, right? I don't know if I can understand people booing and basically deciding that he was guilty of it. I don't understand that. This court of opinion. This, I mean, I don't know. Don't know about that. It's interesting what was said about him being polarizing in the NCAAs, though. Maybe that has a factor, but I don't know. Would that have made it through to the crowd? Would that be a factor? Polarizing because of what? I feel like that's going to be a conversation coming out of tonight. Because, I mean, that is going to need to be a conversation backstage, isn't it? What do we do? What do we do there? Because even if you turn him heel, even if he goes heel, the kind of heat that he's getting is not. It's go away heat. It's go away heat. At least that's my reading of it, unless someone can tell me that I'm completely misreading the situation. John said, Texas audiences are hard to please. Keep in mind that there are children and grandchildren of the people that were booed sticks off stage for Mr. Roboto in the 80s. WWE love controversy, said Suzanne. We're halfway through. It's been a good show. Well, it's a big talking point. It's a big talking point. There's going to be fallout to it. Lyra, we're backstage with Lyra. Lyra said she's very curious about this NXT Women's Championship match. Now we've got a brawl backstage between JC and Lyra. JC charging Lyra into the shutter. Rhea says that's what she was waiting for. I never needed you at all. So Lyra and JC brawl. Rhea said that's what she was waiting for. Okay, I think we might be going to the North American title now. It might be time for Dirty Dom. Mitchell, shout out to you. Yes, it is going to be time for Dirty Dom. Mitchell said, give me a super heel faction led by Brock Lesnar with Gable Steveson, Bron Breakker, Chad Gable, maybe Kurt Angle as the manager. Who? Brock, Gable Steveson, Bron Breakker, Chad Gable. Plenty of talent there. I don't mind that, actually, because Bron, when he comes up, is gonna need, like, you know, a bit of looking after. Gable Steveson, if he was to come up, would need looking after. And Chad Gable needs to be involved in something pretty big like that. So yeah, I don't mind that. My only worry would be that it's too strong of a faction, but I don't know. You could easily make that argument about the Shield. You know, were they too strong? But yeah, that's my favorite faction. I love those guys. And look at Evolution. You know, Ric Flair, Batista, Triple H, Randy Orton. Like, there's you can make the argument that was too strong as well. So no, I can vibe with that. I can go with that. How would you rank Gable's in-ring performance? I mean, from what I saw, I thought it was good. From what I saw, I thought it was good. He didn't look like he was getting lost. He didn't look like, so he was going through the motions. It didn't look like that either, actually. It didn't look like, right, now I do this. You know, you've seen it when people are on NXT and they're having their first match. It's like, They kind of go over and they're like, right, now I'm here. I do the German. It's like they're kind of telling themselves in their head, I do this, now I do that. What we just saw felt like it was a proper back and forth. I didn't feel like I was watching someone that was playing, right? I didn't feel like I was watching someone that was just giving it a go. Like, that felt like Gable was really going at Corbin. And it felt like Corbin was really going at Gable. We know that his power moves are going to look good because he looked good on NXT Underground. Let's get this poll up. Selling, to be honest, I didn't really see a great deal of his selling. Certainly didn't see much in the way of his facial expressions. So facial expressions is something that you definitely want to go back to and have a little look at. I mean, I saw him getting like chucked around, having a bit of a breather. Moveset obviously is going to be very limited at this stage. So your belly to bellies, your German suplexes, you know, you're just striking, clotheslines, that kind of drop kicks, that kind of basic rudimental moveset is fine. You know, I don't think he should be doing like vertebreakers and hurricanranas and things along those lines. Like he just needs to keep it pretty simple. You know, the ankle lock is it's straightforward, easy, simple stuff. So yeah, I don't think like the moveset isn't mind blowing, but it didn't need to be. It felt legit. I didn't feel like I was watching someone. I think, isn't it Jim Cornette called it happy feet? It's kind of when your footwork's not quite right, like you kind of go over and you're like, now I'm doing this, and you kind of right now I have to go over here, and you're just not quite in the rhythm of the match. He definitely was. So I thought his performance was fine. I thought that match was. I felt like I was watching a struggle. I felt like I was watching a contest. I got no problems with that. But the biggest barrier to like really getting into it, the biggest barrier to really getting stuck into that match and like really caring about what you was watching is the fact that the babyface on his debut is getting booed out the building. So definitely one of the big talking points coming out of Great American Bash tonight. So Dirty Dom is in the ring with Mammy. Dominik versus Wes versus Mustafa Ali. Dom is my hero sign. Dirty Dom is dynamite. Dom is my hero sign. That person might need a new hero. Okay, so Dirty Dominik Mysterio, Wesley, Mustafa Ali. Dom goes on the outside with Mammy. Okay, so we've got Mammy has got the North American title in her hands. Nah. You've got to go through me to get to him, says Mammy. No sign of Finn and Damien at the moment, by the way. So, Wes in the ring, comes out. Dominik's getting stomped on. Dirty Dom's getting stomped on by Wesley and Mustafa Ali. So we're underway with this one. We've got Rhea Ripley on the outsides. Shots to the midsection by Wesley. Mustafa Ali wants to be the one that throws in shots to Dirty Dom. Dirty Dom just in the corner. Mustafa Ali goes back. There's a big chop there by Wes. Another big chop. This is a good spot, man. This is fun. These two trying to throw chops at each other. They keep moving out the way, and it's Dom that's taking the punishment. Dirty Dom goes down. He gets booted out the ring. And now that's going to leave Mustafa Ali and Wesley to go at each other. Arm drag. Take over. Another one as well there. This time by Wesley. Against the ropes goes Mustafa Ali. Rolls over. Roll through. 1, 2. Kick out. The stomping the dirt out of Dom, said Smurfy. Daze, do you think Thea will win tonight? I'm really torn on that one. Really torn on it. I think you could make an argument for it happening, but you could easily make an argument that it won't. I really like what Jim was saying. I think Jim made a great point that Paige, I believe, is the youngest NXT champ. And WWE might not want Paige to be the youngest NXT champ. And you could, you've got an opportunity to go in a different direction and take that away from her tonight. Which, you know, you might want to do. Obviously, she's in AEW. We all know that WWE have got a great ability to be petty. Back elbow. So they could go with Thea. Equally, they might decide that they're going to go with Tiffany. I think that Tiffany would be the wise choice. I really like Thea, but we just haven't done anything with Thea. Like, for Thea to win the championship would be a little strange. So early in her run. Right. Dom is a cheat. Well, Dom's just come back into this. We just had a little bit of back and forth between Wes and Mustafa. Suplex there by Dirty Dom. I wonder why the barricades have got just an NXT logo and they're not Great American Bash themed. Suplex there by Dirty Dom doing 3 amigos. WWE and AEW fans said this show has been going by slow. Kick to the midsection. Again, looking for a suplex. Reversed. Nice. Back up. Looking for another suplex. Good job. Looking for another suplex. Excellent. I can't wait for the father-son reunion, said Sydney. Sydney, shout out to you. Dom, total package with mummy there, said Zero. They spend all the money on the entrance set, says Mitchell. The show is at a snail's pace, says Lance. Hit coming in there by Wes. Another boot there. Stuff goes over into Dirty Dom. Dirty Dom ends up DDTing Mustafa. Wes with some shots to the midsection. Shots to the midsection again. There's kicks coming in. Wes against the ropes. Double knees. 1, 2. Kick by Mustafa Ali. Right, this match continuing. Dom goes to the outside. We're 11 minutes into the second hour of this show. I don't know what else we've got left to come tonight. Was it just the 2 title matches? We've had a fair few matches here, haven't we? Yeah. Wow. 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 There's only 2 title matches left to go. Steveson and Baron Corbin had 6 minutes. Roxanne Perez against Blair Davenport. 11 minutes 49 is our longest match so far. That will be destroyed, I'm sure, by Carmelo and Ilja. I'm thinking they're going to give that match plenty of time. Kick coming in there by Mustafa. Goes through the ropes. Netbreaker, lovely. By Mustafa Ali. Mustafa Ali takes down Wes. Turns him over. What are we looking to do here? So we've got a camel clutch. Boston Crab. Combo. Innovative. I don't think I've ever seen that before. Camel clutching one opponent whilst also Boston Crabbing the other opponent at the same time. Innovation. Innovation. Dominik goes against the ropes. Super kick there by Mustafa Ali. Another kick coming in there by Mustafa Ali as Wesley and... what are they doing? Why would they go into that position? Why would they go into that position? Why would they just both... Why is this? Why are they just waiting there in that position? They better move. This has taken forever. Oh, they do move. Good. 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 Fair play. So they were playing possum. I was going to say, that took forever, man. If they don't move, that's going to look really lame. But they did move. So, no criticism. They were playing possum. Mitchell said, Dom should be used to that position. I'm sure Rhea's had him in much worse. Yeah. He's probably not used to having Wesley do the exact same thing next to him at the same time, though. Or maybe he is. Dom goes to the outsides. Days, apparently the crowd's chant to Steveson was "You're not Angle," says Ray. Okay. Ray, shout out to you. I think there was a fair few chants, to be honest, buds. I can't say I heard that one, but I could believe it. Rhea on the outside. Trying to make sure that people stay away from Dirty Dom. Rhea pops up. Wes backs up. Gonna go over the top of Rhea. Over the top of Rhea. So Rhea is on the edge of the ring. She was bent over, talking to Dom. Wes jumps over the top of Rhea, lands on Dom. Rhea chases after Wes. He grabs Dom, throws him in the ring. Rhea grabbing Wes. Looking for a riptide. Riptide through the commentary table. Wesley is taken out. That's a good move. Yeah, fair play. So, Mammy grabs Wes, riptides him through a commentary table. 1, 2, shoulder up by Wes. No! That is a 6-spot, man. That is a 6-spot. Rhea riptide in. Wes through the commentary table is a 6-spot. It looked really good. It looked really good. This is awesome. Chant by the crowds. Dirty Dom using the championship. Nailing Wes with it. But Wes once again kicks out. Oh my God, man. Rhea is channeling her inner sensational Sherry. She can't believe it. She's going ballistic at ringside. Dirty Dom is looking to go at top. Oof. Tell you what, Mustafa Ali got all of that and more. Amazing moment. Amazing moment as Mustafa Ali is climbing up. He's perched. He's perched. He's perched. 450 connects. 1, 2. Oh, and Rhea pulls him out the ring. Dirty Dom's going up top. Big frog, huge frog splash. 1, 2, 3. Dirty Dom. Dirty Dom retains. Not my prediction. I thought he would lose. I thought we were done. I thought we used him as a way to promote tonight's show. But Dirty Dom retains. And now they're... So Rhea pulled Mustafa out the ring. Well done to the chat. They got it. 64% went Dominik. 21% went Mustafa Ali. 13% said Wesley. Delwyn, shout out to you, buds. See what Dale wants to say. I didn't expect Gable to be booed, and the match itself wasn't great. But I will say I liked the end squash. I felt Gable has a lot rebuild himself before he's ready for the main roster. What do you mean by that, buds? Didn't expect Gable to be booed. I agree. I didn't know what reaction he would get. I didn't expect the crowd to be going bananas over him. But I agree. I didn't expect the boos and all of that. The match itself wasn't great. What didn't you like about it? What didn't you like about it? I like to end the squash. I felt Gable has a lot rebuild himself. What do you mean by rebuild himself? I've got questions, Delwyn. I've got questions. I've got follow-up questions. Here's my 3 questions. What didn't you like about the match? Oh, is he... How's he going to rebuild himself? That might be my 2 questions, actually. What didn't you like about the match? How's he going to rebuild himself? Those are my 2 questions. Right, we're at commercial break. We've got 2 matches left to go. Left to go. It's got to be Tiffany against Thea, hasn't it? It's got to be Tiffany against Thea. Let's find out, shall we? Who is... You lot, I think, have got everything right so far, apart from Steveson and Corbin, which I didn't give you an option for a double count out, so not your fault. Tiffany against Thea Hale, then. Who wins? Who wins? Rob said, I've got to give Rhea 4-star match from ringside. Ledge Killer says, hello. Hello. Lance said, I don't know how to feel about Gable after reading about it. Yeah, I think that's fine. What do you think of Gable and Braun as a Hell tag team? As a Hell tag team? Oh, heel tag team. I don't know. I think the Gable situation... Crowd aren't booing him because they're enjoying booing him. They're not booing him because they see him as a heel. They're booing him because I think of the allegations, which that is go away heat. That is we don't want to watch this guy. It's type stuff. We don't want this guy in WWE type stuff. So I don't know. You know what WWE are like though? It's not a good sign, though, is it? Because, I mean, if you look at, like, Velveteen Dream, for example, I mean, there's people that have had these kinds of or they've had allegations against them, crowd don't forget. And the fact that he's got that reaction, people are going to ask why. More people are going to find out about it, read about it, come up with their own opinions on it. I mean, certainly it seems like it's only going to get worse. It ain't going to get better. It's only going to get worse. I genuinely don't know what you do. I genuinely don't know what you do about it. Four roots, one tree. So, Schism. Little thing. Now we've got one for Ilja Dragunov. Kim said Mustafa Ali versus Dom at SummerSlam, and Mustafa Ali wins. 7 years of hard work and sacrifice and extreme amounts of talent, and he has still yet to win a title because creative treats him bad. Ali deserves. Chris said, what if Finn beats Seth at SummerSlam and then Jay beats Roman and Priest cashes in on Jay and the Judgment Day has all the gold? No, is my response. It's not the way I would go. I think that's I'm trying to think like where's the problem with that, because I can see why people would like it. The bit that I don't like about it is whoever beats Roman is going to really benefit from it, because Roman's been undefeated. Roman is, beating Roman is like ending the Undertaker's streak. First of all, I don't think Jay's the right person to do it, but I understand why you would do it from a storyline point of view. But I think you are sacrificing a real opportunity for someone that they could use in their solo career, Again, it would be like one half of a tag team ending Undertaker's streak. Like, it's not really going to benefit the tag team. It's not really going to benefit the Usos if Jay Uso beats Roman. It would benefit Jay if he was to stay a solo star, but I don't think he is. I don't think he is. I don't think he is going to be a solo star. I think he's going to stay within the Usos. So yeah, I don't know. That bit doesn't quite sit well with me. And then the person that's just beat him is going to lose. Granted, because of a cash-in. But again, that would be like, do you imagine Brock beating Undertaker and then losing a few moments later? Like, I sort of feel like whoever's going to beat Roman needs to go around and brag about it and get loads out of it. So I think for those couple of reasons, like, that's not the direction I would go. I don't think it's terrible. I don't think it's the worst thing I've ever heard by any means. So yeah, I'm certainly not down on that. But I think if you're doing that, right, if you're gonna have Jay be the one to beat Roman, and I'm not convinced is the right person for the reasons I said, and then the person that does beat Roman, the person that finally beats Roman, then gets beaten shortly after because of a cash-in, like, I don't feel like that's a great way forwards. So then, like, why are we doing that? Why are we doing those things that don't quite sit right with me? Why are we doing that? What's the end result? If the end result is we just want to put all the gold on the Judgment Day, I don't even think that's a good enough reason to do it. Putting all the gold on the Judgment Day, having, like, Damon as a champ, and plus they're all on the same brand, aren't they? So you'd have to split them up. So you'd be putting it all on the Judgment Day to then split up the Judgment Day. Because you'd have to have Damon go over to SmackDown, and you'd have to leave the other guys over on Raw. So yeah, no, it's not the way I would go. Not the worst thing I've heard by any means. And I kind of like chewing over it, to be honest, because I hadn't thought about that. It's fun to kind of think about a few things that you might not have thought about. I hope that Dragunov wins, but I doubt he will. What's your halftime score? I'm about a 6.5, said Mitchell. Probably a bit lower. I think probably about 6, yeah. I'm trying to think if there's anything that's really stood out. I don't think there has. I think the thing that has stood out the most, yeah, we've got new tag champs. I thought that match was okay. Might have been my favorite match, actually, the first one. I didn't think that Gable looked bad. I didn't think that was a problem. It was the reaction to him. That's probably the biggest talking point. The biggest talking point coming out of this probably is Gable Steveson's reaction to me. But I think a lot of the in-ring, I mean, that last match didn't really do much for me. I don't know. I'm waiting for something to really grab me, and it hasn't yet. But equally, I can't say that I'm sat here and I'm thinking to myself, this has been a waste of a Sunday night, or this has been a disaster. I definitely don't think that. I think there's been some really fun moments. There's been some really great moves that we've seen. There's been some good stuff. As you said, the whipping. I like the sister being involved, and the sister getting upset. I like the whipping of the belt. It's quite brutal. I like that commentary table spot from Rhea. So there's definitely things that we've seen tonight that I have enjoyed. Definitely things we've seen tonight that have meant that this is by no means a terrible show. But I don't think it elevates it more above average. Here's Thea then. Darwin said he needs to improve like a lot of good matches and feuds and promos. If he's real money for WWE, I would have liked more minutes between them, but it's his first match, so I can't complain, says Darwin. Darwin, I appreciate the support, dudes. Yeah. Appreciate the support, man, and yeah, I agree with your points. I agree. Cameron said, weird feeling. I can see Trick cost Mello accidentally. Ooh. Art King said, main event will hopefully save it. Yeah, I agree. I think I'm so excited. I've said before, I think Carmelo, Ilja. I put it on Twitter, actually. I'm so excited. I was really excited for this card, and it hasn't lived up to my hopes. But as I said, it's not been a disaster. And yeah, I said, like, really looking forward to Great American Bash tonight. Carmelo Hayes, Ilja Dragunov should be fire. Here comes Tiffany, and she's got graphics that are very reminiscent of Barbie. I'm just listening to Booker as he's having a meltdown. That'll make a good figure. So white and pink attire for Tiffany Stratton. We got Thea Hale in there. She's got a robe on. She's got, I think, have we got like a Wonder Woman vibe about, this is like Barbie versus Wonder Woman type situation. It's a bit Wonder Woman-esque. So we got Duke Hudson. We got Andre Chase. They're there to support Thea Hale. He's getting a good reaction. Loads of chase you signs in the crowds. Are we going to see a new champ? Are we going to see a new champ? Kim said, did you see Buddy Matthews pop his arm back in his socket and continue? I didn't. I don't watch Collision, but I didn't even see a clip of that. Right, we've had another 200 odd votes. Who win? Is it going to be Tiffany? 65% of you think yes. Is it going to be Thea? 35% of you think it will be her. So, seems like people are with Tiffany here. I think this is tricky. Pinfalls don't matter. This is a submission match. Let's go. Let's go. Number one trend is NXT Gab. Thea is down. It's going to be hard for this to be a really good match, I think. I just think it feels too soon for Thea to be in a singles match, competing for a title in front of all of these people. It's a big ask. Hair being pulled back by Tiffany. She's going to look for a surfboard stretch. Pulling her back, and there we go. Thea is up in the air, very Daniel Bryan-esque. She goes over. She grabs the arm. She's looking for the... She is... It's like it's an arm cranking it. Hey, that move looks pretty brutal, actually, what she's got applied. I wish Tiffany was selling that more. I wish she was selling that more. Stomp coming in there by Tiffany. Thea down. Trying to turn Thea over. Duck underneath there by Thea. No idea who's getting the better of some of these moves. Drop kick there by Thea. Against the ropes goes Thea. Through the ropes. Again, I don't know what that was. She kind of goes through the ropes. I think it was a bit of a reversal by Tiffany, but it didn't look great. Thea goes down in the corner on the outsides. Duke and Andre trying to give her some words of encouragement. Thea getting driven into the side of the ring. In the ring goes Thea. Interesting. She's in the corner. Nice. Bow and arrow. But using the ring post. Thea being chucked back in the ring. Let's go Barbie chant. I believe there's a let's go Barbie chant. Let's go Barbie. Mattel are going to love that. They are going to absolutely love that. The relationship between WWE and Mattel just got that little bit stronger tonight. I wonder if they had to ask Mattel permission to like use the Barbie kind of font and everything. Okay, so bow and arrow again. Only this time in the ring, using her knees. Thea gets up to her feet. Big right hand there by Thea. Looking for a clothesline. Tiffany against the ropes. Tilt-a-whirl backbreaker. Backbreaker to Thea. She picks her up, drives her into the corner. Mr. Chase looking concerned as Tiffany goes over to the corner, going to look to charge over. Lovely back elbow there, and Thea collapses down. Tiffany kicking out at Thea. He's looking real good here tonight, says Booker. Thea being picked up. Oh, man, she's got a... That's lovely. I love that. I love the way that she's got the arms pinned as well. Yeah, nice. Days, I predict Tiffany will hold the title till Solruka. That's good prediction. Oh, God, that was botched. That didn't look good. Damn, man. She just sort of landed on her neck. That really didn't look good. Arm drag. Some of this stuff is not polished, is the kindest way to put it. That botch in particular was moody. The nice, good bridge. Flipping over, shaking the ropes, but she's feeling it. She's trying to get fired up. Springboarding. Ooh, gets caught. She looks shattered. She genuinely looks shattered. If she's selling, she's doing a really good job there. Thea actually looks legitimately tired. She was over in the corner and she was like trying to springboard. She struggled to do it. She ended up getting caught. And now she's in this. I feel like she's selling it. I feel like she's selling it so that she can make the comeback. I feel like she's doing it. Like she's got energy there. Selling this move at the moment. You gotta say, Thea's selling is really good. Tiffany on the back of Thea. Thea getting up to her feet. Powering up. Breaks free. Shot to the back. Picks up Thea. Bulldog. Drop kick. Thea gives a bit of a chase you. I tell you what we're not seeing much of. We're not seeing much of Thea or Tiffany really bringing the crowd in. You tend to see quite a bit where, you know, they'll do something and then they'll look to the crowds or they'll do a gesture or there'll be something along those lines. These two are very much in their own world. They're in the match. They're doing the match. They're not really bringing the crowds in. Crossbody, reversed. Tiffany picking up. Thea trying to power up to her feet. She's trying to use her strength, but here we go. Thea's trying to get the Kimura on. Tiffany hurls Thea into the corner. Both women are down right now. NXT. Tiffany hurling Thea Hale into the corner. Oof. Stratton in the corner. I don't know what that was. We're getting a little bit lost. I feel like we're getting a bit lost. Now we're in the corner. We're doing like a Spanish fly. What are we going for? What are we going for? She's trying to pick her up. Ooh. An exploder off the top. She does manage to get it. Now she's looking for the Kimura. She's got the Kimura. She's got the Kimura. She's right by the ropes. Was that a tap? Was that a tap? That looked like a tap. Ref was right there as she seemingly tapped. He must have said, "Is that a tap?" And she said, "No." No, I don't think he did. Maybe they could use that in the storyline. I don't know. I don't know. Into the ring steps goes Thea. Do you know what? There's a lot of effort. A lot of effort. No, she didn't. Yes, she did. Are they talking about if she tapped or not? No, she didn't. Yes, she did. Okay, right. Thea in the middle of the ring. Turned over. I thought she tapped. Okay, Thea's trying to get over to the ropes. Thea chants by the crowds. Desperation on the face of Thea. Thea screaming in pain. This Boston crab, she's still trying to get over. Ugh. Ow. Ow. It's not often when someone's in pain you hear them say ow. They actually say ow. 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 That really hurts. She's dragging her back to the middle. She's got to give up, man. What is this Superwoman? She's in like a moody Boston crowd. They're going to throw the towel in. She's going to go try and apply it again. Mr. Chase thinking about throwing the towel in. Knee in the back. Mr. Chase thinking about it. He's thinking of it, and it's in. It's in. Towel's thrown in. Towel is thrown in. And if I was Thea Hale, I'd be like, what took you so long? Well, literally, what took you so long? We don't throw the towel in at Chase U. That's the facial expression I'm getting from Duke Hudson. Duke Hudson, I don't think... appreciated that towel being thrown in. Tiffany, 65%. There we go. The crowd, the community was correct. Ow, that hurts. You're being such a meanie. Yeah. Yeah, Thea's good selling. Good selling. The Boston Crab was mean. That was mean. You're being mean. The prettiest moonsault. Only Cody is allowed to be in a submission for this long, said Mitchell. It was ages, wasn't it? Boston Crab, single leg crab. It'd been on for about 20 years. Thea still down, still in tears, and Tiffany Stratton remains your NXT Women's Champ. Tomorrow night, yeah. Do you know, this is the great thing about like Sunday night streams. I do love the fact that tomorrow we've got Raw. I do love that. Normally we go from like the Saturday night thing to the Monday thing, but this is like a little cheeky bonus ball, isn't it? Doing this on a Sunday night. I mean, I'm not looking to do streams every single night of the week, but it is nice. I'd be down for NXT doing you know, once a month show. I'd be totally down for that. The match wasn't for me, but if you enjoyed it, then that's good, says Scott. Thea lost because of interference, said Kieran. JMB said, I think Tiffany will hold the belt till Stand and Deliver. Probs drop it to Sol Ruka. Scott said that was horrible. Zoom said the crab wasn't even on 20% of the time. Mitchell said it very much looked and felt like a developmental match. Well, it was going to be a big ask for Thea Hale to go in and put on a bit of a banger at her stage of her development. Okay, right. Main event time. Main event time. This is the one, man. This is the one. This is what it's all about. This is what I'm super hyped for. Let's go. Let's go. Come on, Ilja. Come on, Ilja. She just tapped. Yeah. They can use that on the TV, though, if they want to, that she tapped. Who knows? It might even be part of it, but then the ref's got to explain why he didn't end the match. But you could use that as part of the storyline. Save us, main event. This next match should be a banger. This is a short pay-per-view. Deborah said, would you rather have Ilja dethrone Gunther or Melo join Hurt Business? Good question. Good question. I would rather Ilja dethrone Gunther. If I can choose between those two, I would rather Ilja dethrone Gunther. I don't know. I don't know how I would feel about Street Profits. Well, because Trick's the problem, really. Because I'm not convinced that you can have Bobby, Trick, Carmelo, and Street Profits. Because Street Profits are the tag team. Melo would be the mid-card guy. Bobby would be the main guy. What's Trick? What's Trick? Would he be like the enforcer? Could he come down with Street Profits to, you know, help out on the outside of the ring? Maybe Melo doesn't do that dirty work. Maybe Trick does the dirty work. Trick can come out with Bobby. Actually, I don't mind that. Don't mind that at all. Now I'm talking about it. If you can get, if everyone can have a purpose, still doesn't help the fact that like promo time. But then saying that, Trick doesn't need to have promo time. If Trick's going to be the enforcer, he's going to be the solo Sokoa, the silent guy that can just, you know, he's big, he's got a good size to him. So if he's like just going to stand there and, you know, interfere in matches and do whatever. But the way they're positioned in this group, though, is it feels like a face group, not a heel group. I think that would work if it was a heel group. It ain't gonna work if they're a face group. Don't know that you could put Trick in that role. So I don't know. Maybe that's a conversation that can be fleshed out a little more. But yeah, if I got to choose, I'd definitely take Ilja beating Gunther. Some handshakes here as Dragon Lee walks off on his own. Is Rhea. Here's a wannabe Rey Mysterio. Oh, this is good. This is good. You know who I am, says Dragon Lee. My dad's just a hypocrite. I like this. I really like this. I really like this. Very good. Very good. There's some good booking there. That's some good booking. Dominik against Dragon Lee. And we saw Dragon Lee just the other day having, like, you know, a real heart-to-heart, a real moment with Ray. And that could be a great match. Because he is. I mean, he's clearly been massively inspired by Ray. He's made it well known he's been inspired by Ray. So having him go up against Ray's son. Ray's disrespectful son. Good. Very good. Well done, everyone. Well done. Right, now we've got... It's not them. They've gone. Someone's trying to start something. There's going to be an interrogation next week. So they're going to make everyone remove their masks. So there's going to be an interrogation on Tuesday. That could be interesting. Schism with a bit of a storyline. Let's go. So interrogation on Tuesday for Schism. Lyra versus JC on Tuesday as well. I'm here for that. Eddie Thorpe and Dijak. Is that on Tuesday as well? That's on Tuesday. I'm here for that. Oh, I'm here for a lot of things. I'm here for Raw and I'm here for NXT. And I'm also here for Carmelo Hayes against Ilja Dragunov. Let's go. It's going to be so good. There's Ilja. Slay, King. Go and slay. Yes. You create your own opportunities. It's motivation right there. Dave, do you think Mustafa Ali will ever hold a title? Also, Shelton should be added to the group. Do I think that he will ever hold a title? I don't know. He wanted to leave, didn't he? He requested his release. And I think, wasn't his contract up in 2024? If he still wants to go, then that could be a reason as to why we're not investing more in him. You know, it might be that he's gone down to NXT just to see out the remainder of his contract. I actually don't know the latest on his contract. So... will he ever win a title in WWE? I'm going to say no, unless he's re-signed. Or unless there's been some movement there, which, honestly, I don't think I've seen anything. Look at the eyes, man. Look at the eyes. Oof. It's the Fiend. My God, that's the real identity of the Fiend. What if it turns out that Ilja Dragunov was the Fiend all along? Oh, yeah. Alex, shout out to you, dudes. Shout out to you. Appreciate the support. Shout out to everyone that's joining us as we are about to get underway. Get a dream. Get a dream. Hold on to it. Get a dream. Hold on to it. And shoot for the sky. Dusty Rhodes. Yeah. Here we go then. Carmelo. Is Trick gonna cost? Melo is now the time. I feel like we get to this conversation. I feel like this is a conversation we've had several times before. I really like the Dusty tribute, said Hurricane Mayhem. R.I.P. Dusty, said Stephanie. WWE and AEW fans said this match will be a banger. Who won Thea Hale versus Tiffany? Tiffany. I have a dream. Okay. Jimbo rules. Yes. Don't know what it means. One fall. They don't do that in America. They do that in the UK. The following contest scheduled for one fall. One fall. I don't know. I don't know where that originated from. I don't know. Trick Williams getting a mention as Carmelo Hayes gets his intro, and we are about to be underway with this one very, very soon. Is Dragunov Russian? Where is he from? I believe he is Russian, yeah? Don't hold that against him, though. He's invaded nothing but my heart. Right, let's go. Main event of Great American Bash. These two locking up. The UK. The UK represent. Mustafa Ali deserves the title. He is talented and can be relied on to put on great matches. He's underrated. I hope he wins something. If not, he should in AEW, said Kim. Deborah said, who wins the SummerSlam Battle Royal? I think it'll be LA Knights. Yeah. Andy said, do you think Andre Chase was paying tribute? Very good. I think he knows just how much you in particular love seeing towels being thrown into the ring to end matches. I think it was a tribute to you. I don't think that was a tribute to the late, great Helen Hart. I think that was a tribute to Wrestle with Andy. Amazing. Amazing. Imagine if he had given one of them to the late, great Helen Hart after. Okay, here's Ilja. He's got the arm of Carmelo. Putting a bit of groundwork in. This one's probably got a good 20-odd minutes in it. I hope so. Lovely takeover. Lovely takeover there by Ilja. Keeping Carmelo grounded. Getting back up to his feet. This is such a challenge for Carmelo. Such a challenge. I still look at Ilja and see that NXT UK champion. Still see that guy. A headlock there by Carmelo against the ropes. Goes Carmelo. Shoulder tackle. Ilja with a big boot. Goes for a big kick. Arm drag there by Carmelo. And Carmelo keeping Ilja grounded. And this match, get to the point, get to the stage where it is living alongside some of those great takeover main events that we've seen. Both of these guys are capable of it. Capable of it. You know, you think a lot about, like, I don't know, Johnny Gargano against Adam Cole. You know, that would kind of come to mind. Johnny Gargano against Andrade. Oh. You know, you think about like Finn Balor when he was doing the demon stuff. And we saw him against the likes of Samoa Joe in that first run. Shoulder tackle. Over the top. Round the back. Take over. Charging over. Kick to the midsection there by Carmelo. Can this get to that level? Can this hang with some of the great takeover main events that we've seen? Charging back. Chop coming in there by Dragunov. Here we go. Another big chop coming in. Tell you what, Booker's right. Here we go. Forearm strike coming back by Carmelo. We're seeing the chops starting to come in. Now we're getting forearm strikes by Carmelo. Carmelo against the rope. Springboards. Takes down Dragunov. Dragunov rolling out the ring. Big boot there by Carmelo. Dragunov goes to the outside. Carmelo has got Dragunov on the outside. I thought he was going to attempt some sort of suicide dive or something like that. He hasn't. I like that. I like the fact he hasn't. I think he can see that Dragunov is still got something about him. He can see that Dragunov would be able to move out the way. We're not just doing moves for the sake of doing them. Love that. Against the ropes goes Dragunov. Holds on to the rope. Big boot to the midsection there by Ilja. Ilja trying to grab Carmelo. Against the ropes goes Dragunov. Clothesline, little sloppy. Dragunov stayed standing. Goes for a kick. Dragunov catches the leg. Forearm strike there by Carmelo. And again, throwing in another shot. Oh, man. I don't know quite what he did there, but he kind of went down to spring up. Love that by Dragunov. I want to see a better angle of that. He kind of went down to, like, spring up. Like a Jack in a box. Ilja in a box. I want to see a different angle of that. I want to see exactly what happened. You couldn't quite see it because of where the camera was. Springing off there. Oh, he gets caught. Lovely. German. Clothesline. Now that's a clothesline. I feel like if you say to Ilja, can you give me a clothesline? And he does that. You can just take a picture of it. Put it in the textbook. Pop it in the textbook. No, he springboards back there. I don't quite know what Carmelo was going for. I don't know what he was going for. Yeah, kick. Can you just do a kick to the side of the head? Pop that in the textbook, would you? It's all just perfectly executed. Hopper thrown in. Look at this. Carmelo off the middle rope. Another forearm strike. Forearm strikes coming in there by Carmelo. There's a slap that comes back by Ilja. Carmelo goes down. Dragunov does that spot a lot. Choke him. Does that spot a lot where he starts to crumble before popping back with an enziguri, says Birdman. I am totally seeing Dragunov saying his moves out loud, said Defcon. Ilja is so good, said Art King. He's managed to grab Carmelo. And he's keeping a hold of him and these Germans. He's not releasing the Germans. He's really throwing them in, man. I think Carmelo really felt the effect of that there. I think he really felt the effect. Dragunov didn't go for another one after that. Oh, there it is. I think he was a little more gentle that time, though. The red contacts as well really make him look crazed. Oof. Lovely stuff. Lovely stuff so far. I feel like the kind of foundation that we're putting in place for this match is really solid. Feel like NXT Great American Bash feels like a TV special. The term takeover is big shoes to fill. Do you consider this premium live event or special? I consider this... Well, I consider it premium live event in regards to the venue, the staging, the crowd. If we're going to talk about strictly what we're getting in ring, it feels like it's a special. It feels like a special from the in-ring point of view. But I feel like the card was strong. It's not until you're actually watching it that it feels a bit like, but this match is pretty good. I'm enjoying this. I enjoyed the kickoff show match as well. That's one of the best matches I've seen tonight. But yeah, this wouldn't look out of place if we were doing this at the Performance Center. Wouldn't look out of place there at all. Rick looking a bit concerned here as Ilja has got things going all his way. Chop coming in by Ilja. Crowd wooing away as another big chop comes in. Chop, chop, chop. Carmelo goes down. Another chop. Ilja in firm control. Ensley, shout out to you, my friends. John said, change the screen. I'm disappointed Thea didn't win. Shots coming in. I don't know. I thought Thea had a chance, but it feels a bit early, a bit soon for Thea. She's only 19. She have done it tonight. I think she would have been the youngest champion in NXT history. So her journey is only just beginning. Carmelo is getting back up to his feet. There's a forearm strike there by Ilja. There's a shot to the midsection by Carmelo. European uppercut. These two back on their feet, throwing in heavy shots back and forth. Again, they're throwing in big blows. The crowd making a little bit of noise. Chop there by Ilja. Wow, that was cool. Chops him. Carmelo goes down. He chops the legs. Carmelo pops up. Super kick. Dragunov. Poof. Beautiful clothesline. Looking for the cover. No joy. No joy. Dirty Dom lost. Dirty Dom. Ripley won. New champ, says Kappa. To be honest, Thea's got a long and great career ahead of her. She's definitely going to be a champion in the future, says Scott. I agree. I really like her. She's a lot of fun. But her in-ring, I mean, she's just not had much in the way of experience. She's had a few matches, but there hasn't been like what you would consider enough of a build towards like a match of this magnitude. And this really was the deep end tonight. Okay, so we're down on the ground. There's okay, it's like a sleeper hole $1 million dream type move that's been applied here by Dragunov. Dragunov has got Carmelo in the middle of the ring. Dragunov jumping on the back. Down goes Carmelo. Carmelo flips over. And Dragunov on his feet. Big kick coming in there by Carmelo. Big kick coming back by Ilja. 1, 2. Shoulder up by Carmelo. Ilja goes over to the corner. Yep. Crowd's still a little subdued here. Ilja looking out at the crowds. There's a "This is awesome" chant from the crowds. It's not everyone. It's just a few people in the crowds. Certainly doesn't feel like the front rows feel like it's awesome. Front rows haven't really been too animated yet. Short arm clothesline by Ilja. Down goes Carmelo. It's a proper fight, though, this is. Proper battle to see who deserves to be NXT champ. Kicks coming in there by Carmelo. Oof, look at those kicks to the side of the heads. Really well executed by Carmelo. Hayes goes over to the corner. Looks for another kick. Ilja grabs the leg. Forearm strike by Carmelo. Step up enziguri by Ilja. Round the houses. Down goes Dragunov. He gets absolutely planted by Carmelo, and Trick Williams is enjoying what he's seeing so far. Great. Yep. That's brought the crowd in. Yeah, look, the crowd are loving it. This is where, you know, you do some of that foundation work, then you give them a big spot, a big move like that. Crowd of, you know, the crowd are invested now. The crowd are in. Knee strike coming back. I mean, you feel like you're watching a battle. And in a minute, they'll drop another big move. And maybe that results in a 2 count. And it's, oh, this is it. We're cooking. We're cooking. We're cooking. Chop coming in there by Dragunov. Knee to the midsection. Big chop coming in by Carmelo as Dragunov goes back to the corner. Another big chop coming in there by Carmelo. Chop's coming back. And again, driving Carmelo back in the corner. Duck underneath there by Carmelo. Looking for a big, huge clothesline. Dragunov landed on his head. Right, but not in a brutal fashion. I mean, it looked brutal, but not in a seriously brutal. And the referee was checking on him. And I didn't even see him answer the referee. He was like, his eyes were still spinning in his head. That was good, man. Really, really good. There's some subtle stuff. I mean, it would have ruined that spot if he'd have gone, "No, I'm all right, man." Instead, he's like still selling it, like legit. He couldn't even answer the ref. He was still like, away with the fairies, man. Dragunov has got Carmelo. Wyndham is second row. Is that the dude? Yeah. I saw him and the dude in the kind of Eater of Worlds Bray. Wyatt family Bray. Cult leader Bray. 1, 2. Oh, kick out. Kick out. Kick out. I don't know. I don't know quite if he got his shoulder up or not by the 3 count. Ilja Dragunov was down. That "This is awesome" chant is heartier now. That is a heart. And even the front rower joining in. They're enjoying it. Dusty Rhodes would be proud of this main event. This is awesome, Chance. Ilja's a problem, said Kashawn. They've woken him up. Yep. Carmelo is on the middle rope. Enziguri by Ilja. Ilja dumping Carmelo down. Dragunov in the corner looking out at the crowds. Selling. Going up. Ilja's perched. Oh, big senton. Off the top. Looking for the pin. Ilja, 1, 2. Kick out by Carmelo. Didn't feel like that was going to be enough to put him away. Didn't feel like it would be enough. Let's have a look, see where we are with the poll. Ilja almost winning, said WWE AEW fan. Carmelo, 61%. Ilja, 38%. Nearly 300 votes. Man, that was sick. Ilja jumps off the corner into double knees by Carmelo. That looked good. That looked really good. Carmelo trying to climb up now. Trying to climb up. Ilja down. God! I don't even know what that was. He seemed to reverse it into a power bomb. Oh, man. I don't know what he was going for. What was he trying for? Love that shot. 1, 2. Oh, and Hayes kicks out. Yeah, what was Carmelo Hayes even attempting there? Love this shot. I've always been a fan of this move. I love it. Look at that. Bang. It's like an exclamation point, that move, isn't it? It's kind of like, see you in hell. Bang. Not enough to get the 3, though. This match is so good, said WWE AEW fan. What a match. This is 5-star match of the year, said Justin. Well, we said, can this match reach the levels of some of those great NXT TakeOver main events? And it's when you say TakeOver, it is a heavy crown. That really was when NXT was cooking and firing on all cylinders. Oh, a cutter, a reversal by Carmelo. He's trying to go over. Ilja down. 1, 2. Kick out by Ilja. Kick out by Ilja. Can't believe it on the outside. This match can hang. This match can hang with those takeover matches. Trick wants the title. Trick wants the title. Trick's getting quite involved here. Are you a fraud or are you a champion? Come on. Are you a fraud or are you a champion? Trick says to Carmelo. Kicks coming in there by Ilja. Carmelo in the middle, trying to get back up to his feet. Forearm strike coming in there by Carmelo. Chop coming back there by Ilja. Oh, Carmelo, like proper. Like me on a Friday night. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm not fine. Shot coming in. Trick's going to cost him, said Stuttering Steve. Trick with the motivation on his side, says Kappa. Trick about to hit Mello with that, said Deborah. Mitchell said, this is a war. He keeps going over by the ropes, doesn't he? And I do also keep thinking, is this where he nails him? Because he's got that belt in his hand. And Carmelo keeps going over by the ropes. Both, it's all there. He's ready to do it. He's having a word with him. On the outsides. This is awesome, chant. The crowd aren't expecting it. Oh, Ilja takes out Trick. I thought that was going to be it then. Oh, man, they're heavily teasing it. Heavily teasing it. He had it, like the belt was there. The way he was holding it, he was ready. Trick's just been knocked down, though. Melo climbing up. Oh, leg drop to the back of their heads. Ilja goes down. 1, 2, 3. Nah, the wrong person won. This match is trash. I take back everything I said. The match sucks. Oh, I'm disappointed. Wanted Ilja to win. Great match. Great match. It doesn't get to Ilja Gunter levels for me. Ilja Walter levels. But considering that's like the greatest NXT matches. NXT UK matches. Easily the match of the night. Is it better than Dragunov Dijak? I really enjoyed that. I really enjoyed that match. I think this is in conversation for NXT Match of the Year. Loads of really great moments in this. Loads of really great, some really brutal looking spots, but that's what you expect with a Ilja Dragunov match. Nice cutter. Ilja headbutting Trick. That actually allowed Carmelo pick up the victory. Lucas said 5 stars. Well, actually, let's do we're in the ring with he's got his belt. It's another one where I don't think Trick's gonna do it. I agree. I really thought he was. I really thought he was turning on him. But it fades to black and he doesn't. Yep. I really, really thought he was turning on him. I had little to no doubt it was happening. And he doesn't. And Ilja, so a real surprise ending. Good match. End of the show. Let's go to the chat and go. What did you score the? What did you score the show? Let's go with that. What did you score the show? 8 to 10, 7 to 775, 6 to 675. 575 or below. Decent show. Not my favorite. Main event and Roxanne match were my 2 favorites. Missed a bit of the start. I'm going to give it a 6, said Scott. Deborah said, what do you think about Roosh coming to WWE to reconnect with Dragon Lee? If he wants to come in, that's Cool. Roosh isn't someone that I particularly have got any strong feelings for. So he's not someone that I'd be campaigning to bring in. If he did come in, then I'm sure we could do some good stuff with him. Zoom said I've got a 6. Jay said 575. Hurricane said 8. Loopy Girl says 8. Good crowd, said Elijah. Sunny with a 7. Roosh has re-signed with AEW, says Mitchell. Art King said 6. Chet said can't wait for SummerSlam. Orlando said the wrong person won. John said that was surprisingly short. It's about what I was expecting. These kind of NXT shows tend to be about 2.5 hours. So short by maybe about 3 minutes. But yeah, about 2.5 hours. I've gone with 7. What do you think? I would go 625. 625. I was 6 at like just before the Tiffany, Thea, and main event. I think Tiffany against Thea brought my score down. And then that main event brought it back up again and actually brought it past where I was. But I still can't look past the fact that I think Tiffany versus Thea is not very good. I don't think there's a great deal of other matches on here that really do anything other than just they're fine. They're fine. They're all right. They're fine. Is it worth watching? You know, if you're into NXT. If someone was like, I don't watch NXT, should I watch Great American Bash? My answer would be, I can think of the NXT shows to recommend to you. If you want to get like, you know, if you want to see something that's really good, if you want to, if there's a match that you want to see that get a taste of it, the main event tonight, absolutely, you could recommend that all day long. So I think we've got one outstanding match here. I think you've got a lot of, fine, average, decent offerings. It was all right. And then I think the women's title match was below par. Let's put it that way. And moments in here I think are entertaining. I think that where some things might bring your score down, other things will bring it back up. It all shakes out to me to be around like that 625 mark. That's kind of how I feel. Around that kind of ballpark. So I think if people are like, well, whatever your feelings are, you know, however you've scored it, as long as you've been honest, that's all we ask for. So if honestly you thought this was garbage, trash, it just didn't do it for you, and you think it's a 2 or something, then fine. If you think it's a 9 because you just loved everything, fine. The only thing that we ask for is, or the only thing I ask for is that people are just honest with their thoughts, because it's all right if you didn't enjoy it, it's okay. And equally, it's all right if you did. AWC Legend said SummerSlam return predictions. Well, SummerSlam predictions is one of the next things that I need to do on my to sort list. So I do need to look at SummerSlam predictions. In that, I'll chuck in who I think could come back or will come back. I'm feeling pretty good about Bray now. He was quite low down. I feel good for him and Big E. I don't know that we're going to get him, Big E, and Randy, but those are the 3, aren't they? Those are the 3 that seem to get that everyone's chattering about. So will we get all 3? Not sure. Feel pretty good for Bray though, because there was a report that said that he could get involved in one of the main event matches. So. Corbin said, are you excited for SummerSlam? Definitely. Yep, that's next weekend, and I am very much excited for SummerSlam. Deborah said, other than LA Knight, who could win the SummerSlam Battle Royal? Well, there's a few. I mean, it could be like a Bronson Reed. They seem to be using him on TV quite a bit. Shinsuke Nakamura as well. He's someone that, you know, is a decent name, is someone they've had high hopes for, someone that apparently they are going to look to push going forward, and that push could start with a Battle Royal win. So, there's a few. You could go down a list of, you could probably find about 10 different names of people that could pick up the win. I don't know what we're doing with Grayson Waller. I don't know if Grayson Waller is going to get The Rock on a segment, or if it's just Grayson Waller doing a bit of chatter. He could go into that Battle Royal and win it. Look at what they've been doing with him. He's had his debut match against Edge. He was at Money in the Bank with John Cena. He has, what was the other big thing he did the other day? He's been doing this thing with The Rock. A bit of back and forth on social media. Oh, he had the main event match on Friday with Jey Uso, didn't he? He was in the main event with Jey Uso. They clearly see big things for Grayson Waller. They clearly are trying to build up Grayson Waller. And so it really wouldn't surprise me if he found his way into that Battle Royal and won it. Could also be, I mean, what are we doing with Damian Priest? I don't think Damian needs it. He's already got Money in the Bank, so he doesn't need to win the Battle Royal. I feel good for LA Knight. I think they know what they've got with LA Knight, but you could make an argument for quite a few other people. Let's go down. People actually believe The Rock's going to show up. I'll believe it when I see it, said Stuttering Steve. I agree. 775 said Shaquem. Kyle said, will Cody Rhodes documentary release on Monday or tomorrow? No one knows. I don't know either, buds. It's not been something I've been keeping a close eye on, so it'll be out when it's out. You know you're not going to have to wait too long. Match was fire. Huge improvement on NXT ring work, said Sakilla. And still, NXT World Champion Carmelo Hayes. Who do you think? Other than that, we read that. I just skipped to the main event, said Art King. There was some... I do want to stress, though, that there was some... It was not a chore to watch this show. I mean, I really like Tiffany and Thea. I know they've both got gaps in their skill sets, so they are far from the finished article. In Thea's case, millions of miles. And, even Tiffany is really just now getting the start of her championship run. Her first champ, she might even get it a couple of times, who knows? I feel like she is much further down that road, though. So I like both of those. If anything, I just think it was a shame that they booked this match. I don't really blame them. I blame the creative. I think this was too much too soon for Thea. And I think that Tiffany needed a better dancing partner. We saw Tiffany against Lyra Valkyria. I think it was the last NXT Premium Live event. And from what I remember, that was a decent match. It was a good match. We know she can have good contests, good matches. I remember that being a good little contest. So Tiffany's at the point where she really needs a good dancing partner. And I just don't think Thea is ready for this level. She's ready. She's great. She's, she can have matches, but this kind of premium live event competing for a women's championship, we're not at that level. So I don't know. Creatively, this is why we were looking at it thinking, and it was a great point from Jim. Could Thea win it and become the youngest champion? I thought it was a good point. And no is the answer. That's not why we've done it. So it does beg the question, why did we do it? Why did we do it when there were other more experienced options that we could have pursued? Don't know. But I suppose it's the way it just shook out. Perhaps they thought it'd be a good experience for her, which in all fairness it will. And I suppose in a way it got Chase U on the show as well, so maybe that played into things. Dalwin, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the support as always. Been very supportive tonight. Appreciate everyone joining us. I know I say that a lot, but I do genuinely mean. Delwyn says, by the way, Bron turning heel is so good. I completely agree. He reminds me of Vibes Batista little, and I do think he's nearly ready. Carmelo and Dragunov as well. 3 of them definitely top stars in WWE. Yep, I completely agree, dude. I think Bron needed this heel turn. I think we were saying like something's not right when he was a face. It's like something's missing. Something's not right. Quite put our fingers on it. I mean, in ring was fine, and obviously then the crowd started to turn on him, and I think that sort of made things a bit more obvious that his connection with the fans, wasn't quite there, but it had been at some points. But yeah, this heel turn, it's just been magic for him. It's been brilliant for him. It's really brought out that aggression. I think what was missing was that he is a Brock type character. He is like aggression, like he's like screaming he's got the singlet and he's like screaming away, and he's got that kind of aggression. And he couldn't really show it when he was being a baby face. So now that he's gone heel, like he's unleashed. He's unleashed. The dog is unleashed. And it works for him. It works better for him. I really like him as a heel. I agree. Vibes of Batista. Carmelo and Dragunov are almost ready for the main roster. I think with Dragunov, as we said, what does he need to do? I mean, he's been in NXT UK, which I know it's not NXT, but it was still the same lessons have to be learned. It's still being broadcast on TV here in the UK. So, people were learning how to, like where the camera was, where the hard cam was, how to throw to commercial, what to do before commercial, how do you come out of commercial, your timings, all that kind of stuff. All of that you can learn in NXT UK. And so now NXT is just a bigger platform. That's all it is. It's just a bigger platform. It's nowhere near as big of a jump going from NXT UK to NXT as it is NXT to main roster. That's a massive jump. This is nowhere near. So I sort of feel like if you've been in NXT UK, you've sort of been in NXT, sort of. I know it's not quite as big, but a lot of the stuff that you would look to learn, I really think you can learn in NXT UK. Certainly if you was on TV, which it is over here. I'm guessing it was shown in America. Over here, it was, I don't know that actually. It should have been. Over here, it was shown on BT Sport. So you could watch NXT UK. I don't know what day it was on. You could watch NXT UK. You could watch Raw, SmackDown, NXT, all on the same channel. So, like, I feel like Ilja's done his time in developmental. There's not loads for him to learn. Carmelo, I think, just needs a bit of a run with the title. See, Ilja's already had that because he's been a long reigning NXT UK champ. So he knows what it's like to carry a title. And face different challenges and build and feuds and promo battles and, go through that cycle. And, main event. And that's what Carmelo is experiencing now. So I agree. I agree. There's really not much more that either of them need to do. So it'll be interesting. We honestly could see Ilja getting called up after SummerSlam. Sometimes we see people coming up around that time. So we could see Ilja coming up. I really don't know what you do with him now in NXT. And I don't think he needs anything else. And then Carmelo, I don't know, man. I'm just waiting for him and Trick to turn on each other. I'm really just waiting for that. Someone will step up to Carmelo on Tuesday, of course. Someone always does. He'll just continue with his path. So it doesn't look like he's coming up just yet. That's all right. That's all right. He can have a bit longer with the belt. Yeah, it's good. Honestly, I think it's all good. It's all positive. You must be obsessed because you haven't took it off your screen, says Chuck. Yeah, that's true. I didn't change it. I feel like the show's execution would have been a lot better if they had it on USA, keep the crowd, staging, set would have been better. Premium live events are mostly for match quality. Well, I don't know, because you've got to think about their development as well. So premium live events are, you've stacked the cards. The card is premium live event quality. You know, we've got all the championships being defended. They felt that they needed that little extra half an hour as well. You know, a TV special, you're getting 2 hours. Premium live event, you're getting 2.5. But also, you've got a lot of people that need this experience. There's a lot of people that they do TV all the time, but they don't get this experience that often. So you have to take this group to Texas, to New York, to California. They need to know what it's like to be getting ready for a show whilst, you know, staying in a hotel. Where when you do like your run throughs, putting the, like, you know, your match and your segments together in an environment that's not the performance center, in front of a crowd that's not just a few hundred people. Like, they have to have this experience. So I don't know. You can look at the show in retrospect, having now seen the match quality, and say, oh, we could have got away with that being like a TV special. But I don't think that that would be quite looking at it the right way, because first of all, these matches could have been amazing, right? The family against Gallus could have been an absolute tag team banger. Thea could have absolutely swam and, you know, could have put on a really good match against Tiffany. Main event absolutely delivered anyway. I thought Roxanne against Blair was fine. It was fine. Didn't blow my mind, but it was fine. And the triple threat was okay. Didn't blow my mind. I liked the table spot with Rhea. It was fine. So I don't know. I sort of think you can look at it and say, well, you know, if the match quality had been better, then it could have been a premium live event. But you're not going to know match quality until the matches have happened. And I think there was enough established star power here for you to go into the show thinking it deserved a stage of this size. But also, as I said, you know, the other factor is that these performers need this platform to learn the things they need to learn. They need to learn what it's like to be in a hotel and put a show together, and to have an early run through and perform in front of a crowd of that size, and perform in a different arena that's not the performance center. And as we said, you know, be in a different state, and just gives you that little taste of what it's like to be on the road and not be an NXT talent, which, you know, they tend to just do the same stuff, be in the same places. They get to go home every night. Like, they get a level of comfort that you don't enjoy on the main roster. And I think this just gives them a taste of what it's like to be on the main roster and to be performing in front of much drastically bigger crowds, and how to control your nerves, how to deal with your nerves for that situation, you know? I mean, if you mess up in front of the NXT crowd, that's one thing. And of course, you're on TV, but to do it in front of all of them people, that's a different kettle of fish in it. So I don't think it was a problem that this was a premium live event for those reasons that we just said. But I think a different thing would just be like, how do you score it? And for me, it just shakes out as like a 6.25. I'm sure there'll be people that are much higher than that with reviews that you'll see, and I'm sure there'll be people that are below that from reviews that you'll see. But as we said, the only thing we can do is be honest and explain why we've seen it the way we've seen it, and at least then people can make their own opinions up, their own minds up. And yeah. Deborah said, I think either Gacy or Dijak will dethrone Dirty Dom. Who do you think will? I don't know. I'm probably looking at Dragon Lee now. I really don't think Dirty Dom's holding this for very long. I really don't think he's holding it long. So I really don't think he's going to be doing the main roster and Judgment Day and all of that and NXT. This feels like it's a short-term little boost to numbers at the moment. Gives him something to brag about on the main roster, but it just feels super short-term to me. So I'm going to say that Dragon Lee could be the one, couldn't he? Dragon Lee could be the one and then have a good run with that belt. So I'll go Dragon Lee, but could be wrong. Right, I think we're done. Let's end this, these scores. What was your favorite match, said Corbin? My favorite match was the main event by a mile. Absolute mile. Right, we've had 255 votes. 48% of people said this was 8 to 10. 34% of people said it was 7 to 7.5. 10% said it was 6 to 6.75. 5% said 5.75 or below. So vast majority thought this was 7 or above. We're looking at about 85% of people. So it's going to be one that's very, very well received. This very well received. With, as we said, nearly 50%, which was what, 120 odd people saying it was 8 to 10. So there we go. I mean, like, we're having conversations about match quality and talking about should this have been a premium live event, but the community has spoken. The community certainly thinks it was and believes that it delivered as well. So there we go. A successful night for NXT. Are we going to see a successful night tomorrow for Raw? Don't forget we are back in, well, less than 24 hours time. And then we'll be doing Monday Night Raw. In 48 hours time, we will also be back doing NXT. So we'll obviously see all the fallout of this. Talk about all the latest news. We always start an hour before. So we'll be starting an hour before with Raw later. And we'll talk about anything. There should be some news. Normally, it can be a bit quiet on a Sunday. But for some reason, like, news tends to break more on a Monday. And so I'd expect there to be something that will come out today. I don't know anything. I'm not teasing anything. I'm not aware of anything. But I think we looked at the news earlier. It was a bit quiet. It tends to be the case on a Sunday. But as I said, I think Monday is like when statements get put out and press releases come out and like there's announcements and things just tend to happen. Don't know what it is. Sunday's a quiet day. People are snoozing and then like having days off, whatever. And then Monday, everyone's back at it. Monday morning, let's go. Let's cause some drama. Let's cause a stir. Let's set the week up. So, yeah, I'd expect there to be something for us to get our teeth into later. So we'll see. We'll find out together what it is later on. Awesome. Right. Appreciate the support. I hope you enjoyed the show and I hope you enjoyed the rest of your weekend, whatever is left. Awesome, guys. Thanks a lot for watching. Appreciate it. And I'll see you next time.